So that was fun. My computer randomly decided now is a great time to force an update. Which is really weird since obviously this is during my active hours since I always stream, so I have no clue why it decided now was all of a sudden time for a very important update, but anyways, it kicked me all the way out to the BIOS to do an update and then it brought us back. So yeah, we'll be back with Elite Dangerous here in a moment. My bad about the crash tonight. Hopefully that's the final one without having some crazy things go on. Then I gotta update all my titles too. There are controller specs at $200 that are naturally even better than a standard console controller, in some ways even worse. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying earlier. I don't even know if you're still here to hear me, but I agree with you 100%. Alright, so hold on, let me double check YouTube real quick and make sure it's on the right one. That, and then boom. Or tonight's going to be the night of 8 billion 1 hour streams, but hopefully that was the final issue. Let's reinitialize and everything here, so give me 1 second, guys. Gotta connect back to the Frontier surfaces. That you... Hello! My computer decided that now is the fantastic time to force me to do a BIOS update. So I don't know what happened, if there was like a very major like Windows security thing going on or something, but either way, they forced me to go to BIOS and update something. Which obviously is not exactly a very good thing. I did a whole explanation of it, my mic was muted. So it turns out that my computer had a major security update or something, and it took me all the way out to the BIOS to update it. So I don't know if Windows was having like some sort of security thing going on or what, but either way, I had to go all the way over to BIOS to fix it. And they forced it in the middle of my stream, which I guess is probably because it was a major update. Oh, you did hear me. Perfect. Mic's a little sensitive sometimes, so whenever I go to readjust it, sometimes it'll automatically mute it. Alright, so back to where we were. So far, we've managed to get a few first footfalls. And the system's either a fantastic system or it's very cursed, and I gotta get out of here eventually. Not entirely sure which one it is yet. But eventually, we're going to make it over to the Soul Nebula. so how far do we actually need to go? So we got these two, we have another small gas planet, then we got two small ones, and then... Well, actually, that one's already discovered. It's never been mapped, though. Or footfold. So I know you used to play this game, Cray. Did you enjoy exploring? Like, did you ever go find your first systems in the game? Or were you mostly just here for the combat? Oh, that is like a super small planet. Looks like it could be landable, though. Aha! It is suitable for landing. One probe should be able to get 100% on it. 2 geologicals. Geologicals don't really pay that much, that's why we're not actually trying to go for the geologicals. Eventually, though, we're going to find a system with a lot of biological data, and that's where we're going to want to start focusing. Maybe during the next FFS scan, if we find like one with a lot of biological data, we'll just go to that planet first, then continue scanning afterwards. An icy body. As for VR HMDs, we are a very different type of gamers. I would be called a PC gaming and VR enthusiast. You are, if it's not too much of a headache, I'll do it kind of player, which is not a bad way to be, but I went from a 1080 Ti like 3 or so years ago, and it did not play VR game. I play a lot, well, so moved to 3070 and then to a 4090. I don't know, I feel like I used to test a lot of games. My YouTube channel was a lot more about like playing random demos. Now I've been focusing more on Elite Dangerous lately. Give me my first map. Ah. So we almost have like a full system. Technically, we'll share like one planet with one guy. That's okay. We like most of the way finished this one. Except for the geologicals, which I don't care about geologicals. So I think as long as you get the actual first footfall confirmation, even if you die, it still counts if I remember correctly. I know the rest of the data matters, but I think first footfall is recorded instantly. Unless it does matter if you die and it erases. These two are so close to that gas giant. We should have enough room to stop, though. I'm just one that would prefer technology to catch up with me before I invest a bunch. Like, cell phones, for example. I don't care what people say about, oh, well, this new one has so many new features. It has a new camera. Like, I don't know. Cell phones haven't improved any in a very long time. Like, cell phone screens still aren't even 4K. Game differently in view, what's worth it in space very differently. Well, that's true. I like content and variety. Oh, And I'm really excited for Jump Space too. That's coming out 9 days from now? It's close. Only 50%. Is this landable? Yes, alright. Got a little bit too fast, so we'll do one more scan, then we'll go down there and land. Grab that one, then we'll get the gas giant, then 2 more planets, and we'll go to a new system finally. Yeah, the only thing we've done different so far is StreamerBot, because, I don't know. StreamerBot wasn't different. Last time we played for like 8 hours mining, we didn't have any issues, so I don't think it'd be that. I guess it would have to be the OBS update. I mean, I'm rocking an iPhone 13 mini. It was such a failure of a product, they never made a 14 mini, but I bought it because it was exactly the device it wanted. Yeah, I'm only laughing because you have the world's smallest phone and I have the world's... Oh, we're still too close, hold on. You have the world's smallest phone, and I have one of the world's biggest phones. I have the Galaxy Notes, which are like little tablet phones. But I like playing games on my phone, so yeah, that's why I got with the big one. If I had to guess, it's probably this side.
Surface scan complete.
Oh, yeah, it's just 2 geologicals. I mean, that makes sense, though. Guys have a lot bigger pockets, so you don't really have to worry about your phone size too much. Plus, I like having a big screen to watch movies and play games on. Especially since airplanes nowadays refuse to put screens back in seats, and they're just expecting you to watch your phone. Which that'd be another thing I'd use VR for. Or AR. I'd definitely be rocking one of those screens on an airplane. I don't care how dorky they look. It'd be so much more convenient just to sit back, relax, and watch a movie. But limiting it, I want my phone to fit wherever it needs to. Yeah. I think I got to that point before you typed it out. Yeah, the only thing I'm not completely certain of is this whole graphics whole update when it comes to the geological data. So like being able to reach my whole phone screen with one hand and have smaller hands. Ah, well that could be a factor too. I'm tall with big hands. I think my phone's like, I don't know. The size of my hand, so whatever my hand is. Seeing some better days though, even my case is starting to get pretty beat up. I need to get a new one. I just haven't gone to the phone store. How tall are you? More credit, more money. And hopefully that was the last like major crash. We'll have to see. Oh, this did not look like a safe place to land. That's a pretty good view of the planet though. First footfall confirmed. I don't know why, but my right stick always ends up falling off of the bracket. You don't know how tall you are? I'm 6'2". I forgot to map the next spot. I think the next two might just be gas places, so we can just get in and go. Ah, that's why I forgot it's so close. I'm stoked about how tall I am. I tower over most other women and get excited when I meet the rare female my height, like thank God I'm not alone up here. There we go.
Surface scan complete.
We got a few reds. We have a tritium hotspot and a void opal. Looks like nothing too crazy though. Let's see here. So let's do 13 probes. So it's probably going to be roughly around these. Slightly taller. Yeah, well, that's good. So based on that, probably like there. Then it's going to be the same for this side of the circle. Looks like it's just the middle that we need to fill in, though. Direct hit.
Surface scanned by 50.
54. That probe's still circling the planet. We'll shoot once and guess. You're tall? That is good, I suppose. It is good. I would hate to have to ask for people to, like, grab things at the shelf. Too used to being tall. They gave us credit. Hold on. Yeah. I mean, we've only shot 6 so far, so we probably could. We get a couple more shots just to see if we get lucky. See where this probe ends up landing first. Is it really only going to need like one more probe if we can manage to get like the perfect angle? Or we just fly around to the other side of the... That was not the right angle. Alright, fly to the other side it is. Ah. Okay, and then, so maybe it's a little bit wider area than I was expecting. That is not at all what the picture looked like. We made a ginormous Pac-Man. %. Alright, so front side view, so it must be on the other side where we're having the issue at. There we go. Alright, so we found 3 planets with rings. We found 1 double hotspot for, I think it was Panite or something, but nothing too crazy. Last planet that hasn't ever actually been found, and then we have the one that guy found. We're actually doing pretty good on fuel, too. It's kind of a small system for the amount of planets that we have here. Some planets you find, or some systems will have planets like way super far away from the actual star, and that's where you're going to have to like really plan your routes, that way you're not going to end up empty. And are you going to be landable? Alright, so I think it's just going to be 1 or 2 scans for this one, and then we got 1 or 2 scans for that system, and then we'll jump. Also, to answer your question earlier, no, exploring is pretty boring. To me, I don't want to venture into an expanse without a crew of actual other humans. You can bring other humans with you. They do have seats in the game. Although I don't necessarily recommend it if one of you crashes or gets like a black adder, they'll spawn back at the last system you were in. So if you're exploring with friends, then definitely using a fleet carrier will make it a lot safer for you. Unfortunately, that is the one downside to it. When we were first starting out, we had a buddy who got left out in the middle of nowhere because he like had to go or something, and one of us had to go rescue him. But every single time that they went to jump, he got disconnected, and then it would just keep putting him in the exact same spot over and over again. It was like a nightmare for him. So that is the one downside. Actually, they have a Jasper showed me that there's like a way to open your port on the game itself that helps a lot with connection for games. I think the Axie group might have found it at first, but either way, he was the one who told me about it. There's a few settings that you have to optimize for everything to work properly. Alright, so let's see here. 100%? 35%. $35, really? So we'll see.
Surface scanned by 50%.
So the weird thing is it looks like it's a lot more than that. Unless the view is just lying to us, and maybe it's somewhere in the front that we're missing. See a sliver down here, maybe. Alright, yep, we'll just fly around to the backside. Not a single spot. Alright, so we need to go a little bit further. Oh, wait, what? Aha! It's all the very start of it. What I'm talking about, I cannot just load 5 to 50 commanders onto my Python, go to a Star Trek style adventure with everyone doing, or, well, you can in a fleet carrier, and you also can get about 5 people in a ship, I think. Although the no, you can get up to 3 other people with you. Sorry. Fleet carrier can have an infinite amount of people in it, I believe. Though I do wish the fleet carrier was a little bit more interactive. $76. We're doing something, or at least standing around being annoying as people usually do. Yeah, that's the one nice thing about fleet carriers. Wish we could get more people to run capital ships. Welcome back, Meister. Sorry about earlier, I had some major system update that they decided to force me into my BIOS to update immediately. Battleship, super mining refineries, that stuff. Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, honestly, I don't know what the next ship is going to be after the Type 11, so don't expect me to, like, say something to actually, like, be true. But it would be really cool if we could get, like, one of the capital ships and actually introduce bigger people in a wing. What? There it goes. Gotta say, is it not gonna tell me what my scan percentage is? At the front view or back view? I'd be the first planet that actually makes us fail this one. As the start of the game just kind of, well, that's because you like the PvP. Play nice and do whatever the heck. Yeah, I mean, they do have their differences. You get really close to scan. Well, honestly, this has been the first one that's been a pain in the butt. Everything so far has been nice, smooth sailing, except for this planet. But yeah, I usually do get kind of close to scan. Probably be a little bit better further away. You won't get sucked into the planet near as much. Thankfully, the FSD cooldown booster definitely helps out a bunch. Ooh, speaking of that, how much is our modules at? Okay, so they do slowly heal over... No, 60, sorry. Yeah, so that's the one that's been kind of beat up. Quiet to you. Pretty much everything Star Citizen does differently than ED is something that I actually care about. For now. Keep in mind, a lot of stuff's going to change. I think the moment they introduce player housing, they're going to have to revamp their entire system. Or it's going to fail epically. It's one of those two. They're not going to be able to sell house interiors and then have some random jerk blow up your stuff without someone being mad, so they're going to have to separate the servers. Same reason why Ark Rust, there's a lot of games that all know this example already. And I think Star Citizen will eventually come to that conclusion. Alright, 84, still on the backside. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. The future means very little to me. I am enjoying it in the time that I have to enjoy. But the future shouldn't matter. Alright, so we already lost the bittersweet target, so it's fine. It's crazy that we were able to get it on like the big, like 20 scans like way early, but this one's just, nah. $87. Into developing space games really, or reality checks how many space games there actually are.
Surface scan complete.
Yeah, there's a few of like the big games, but there's a lot of like small ones too. I know there was a few that were like trying to claim to be the next Star Citizen, but I think I tried one night, like Kwanga? I think the game was called Kwanga. But it was definitely in like its very early stages. Yeah, shit, I'm just in a bad situation that's going to end well for me. The future should always matter to people so they can yet untold more certain. I don't know, I think player housing is where they're going to have to split the community apart to PvE and PvP just like Elite Dangerous. Or they're going to try to do too many jack of all trades and the game's going to fail because it doesn't do everything good anymore. Could be wrong, but I don't know if they're going to keep being able to expand and expand on the current system until they clean up a lot of code. And the year of playability, they haven't done much for cleaning code up. For Star Citizen, Elite Danger is a little different. It's a backside view. I think the next milestone is actually figuring out network replication because, good lord, that terrifies me. Well, good on you, Fozzel, for not just trying to do chat GDP and get your code that way. So you're making a multiplayer game then, you're not making a single player? I knew you had talked about designing ships and stuff, but I wasn't sure like how far in the thought process you actually got with your game yet. I mean, do not get me wrong, there's still a lot of issues, but this year has been so much more playable. No. Yeah, I'm sorry, but no. No, I get very vague references and broken garbage from ChatGPT, then eventually figure it out and build something that actually works. Oh, well, there you go. At least it somewhat puts you in the right footing area. There's still a lot of issues, but this year has been so much more playable than pretty much any time 1 year prior for whatever date you pick. The game's not even playable at all for me, so in my opinion, this has been the worst year for Star Citizen. Where all the other years, I was able to put thousands of hours in and had no issue. Regardless of get a better PC, blah blah blah, but either way, it was still more playable for me the other years. And we can finally go to a new system. One who puts code written by an AI into an actual project is in for a bad time. Still kind of want to head towards the Soul Nebula. Alright, hold on. Let me pop up the Neutron Highway again. Neutron plotter. I was playing a game where I was able to farm the Vandal Mask in several hundred hours put into Star Citizen. So, the game that worked. How did I spell this wrong? What? Hypheerld. B? No? So I guess my system's too new to actually figure out where it's supposed to be plotting. Well, I know I want to go somewhere this way. Put several hundred hours into it, but a lot of those hours were asking for server recoveries. Yeah, but it was playable. I can mine. I can salvage. I can play. That makes a big difference. Last time we couldn't even like do a simple mining thing without being able to play. Like at all. And I remember I put in like 3 weeks where I was trying to get the Vandal Mask. Which worked the whole time. It's just they force clouds in every area, so their new way of doing things just doesn't work for anywhere. Anywhere that I used to be able to actually play, doesn't work. Is that it? Just one body? Surely there's more than just sun here, right? Nope. This year after the hotfix or two, 4.0 the game has just gotten more and more enjoyable since it's not constant server errors. That's weird. People were saying they were crashing a lot lately. But I'm glad you're having a better experience. got too greedy. All I had to do was jump right there, and I failed to do it. Good news is we got fuel, and we are in places where we can actually find systems. So somewhere around here, on the way to the Soul Nebula, we'll find one. Then hopefully we get to a system that's been known enough to actually have it picked up on the Neutron plotter. I guess I could just pick a random name and then go from there. Yeah, because I don't have my previous data on wherever it was beforehand. Guess I could just go to anyone that has a neutron star, though. That would work, too. See, you were just salty because if ED suddenly made their graphics up to AAA standards, and you would most likely be upset that the hardware can play it no longer. Actually, you're wrong. I can play AAA games. I just can't play broken AAA games. I played God of War just fine, with maxed out settings. Which, I don't know, a lot of people argue that God of War is a really nice looking game, so. You can defend it all you want, but the game's code is horrible, and they have a lot of optimization they need to do. It's just a fact. I don't think anyone's been to this system either. Ooh, 28. Alright, hold on. So let's park like around the 100 per second spot. Yeah, around here somewhere. And yeah, I was ping-ponging between Blender and UE5. Not sure how far I'll go with this. I like Blender. It's been a long time since I played around in there. I need to do it again. Interesting that you're picking Unreal Engine, though. A lot of people have been blaming that for games being unoptimized lately. Obviously not Epic, because Epic Games says, no, our engine's perfect, but everybody else has been blaming their Unreal Engine 5 for having a lot of performance issues compared to the previous ones. Oh! I forgot. A whole nother game, AAA. Battlefield. My system runs just fine. And they were also smart enough not to have RTX in the game because they know ray tracing's a scam. So we got that. Two biologicals. We actually got something. Gonna be scanning all these planets anyway, so I'm just discovering them, and then we'll get our biological data when we get to that one. Unreal Engine is fine if you use it right. I'm guessing the way the world is with AI, a lot of people have just been like dropping in a bunch of like random ChatGPT codes to like try to make up for it to speed up on putting updates out, is what I'm assuming. I don't know. Could be wrong, but I feel like a lot of people probably would try to take the lazy route. I think that's where a lot of issues are coming from. I'm not defending SE's choice in optimization. I'm just saying that you always bring up clouds every time, and most people love the clouds, and that's not the straw that thing to be able to play. Well, it actually is the straw. People love clouds, but the clouds are unoptimized. And you could try to claim otherwise, but they're not optimized. Also, I'm pretty sure that they did have RTX as an option. No, the devs, or they might have an option to turn it on, but they don't have ray tracing as an actual thing in the game. Like, they physically put out an article saying that we're not optimizing at all for ray tracing. We don't care about it. They got a lot of praise for it, too. Alright, 28 bodies. This is gonna be a big one. Guess we'll start with the one all the way over here first. Looks like we got one double ring, then a lot of very large gas giants, and we have this random one with no ring at all. It's funny, these are like all the systems that would be perfect to colonize so far that we're fighting. And I know you're not saying they're not optimized, but Star Citizen claimed they were optimized, and that's why they pushed it out on everybody. Like I said, like you said though, I am upset that I can't play that game since they decided to change things. Especially since they need to build their consumer trust back. Yeah, I hope that they do another playtest. I didn't hear if they're going to do another one or not. But the thing that was kind of weird is some of the maps felt a lot more like they were trying to take on Call of Duty. Like a couple of them, especially the ones in New York, felt like really small scale. And the movement system felt a lot more like Call of Duty. And supposedly they're going to tweak it back, that way it feels more realistic, but I don't know if they're having another playtest for releases. But I feel like if you're going to have a major change like that, you really should have like another beta test to get feedback if you're going to overhaul the movement system. And that's how I do it, at least. I don't know. Need to remember that what made Battlefield game what was. Honestly, I really liked Battlefield 1. I want them to bring back the I know it wasn't called Conquest, but it was like a campaign mode where like you got sent in the groups with like 3 or 4 maps in a row. Is this the one that has no... What are you? Non-human signature. Is this going to be more Thargoid stuff? Yeah, I mean, I feel like Battlefield's sort of in the same place that CD Projekt Red and No Man's Sky is. Although this newest one I think is a very big improvement. I just wish they had some of the older styles. And I know some like the OG veteran Battlefield players were a little upset that any class could like have their own unique weapons and stuff. It wasn't like class driven. I personally think it's a better decision this way, mainly because no one cared about the class system and they just cared about the weapons. There was so many people in previous Battlefields that would just pick medic because they liked the scout rifle, and they would not care at all to heal you. That always annoyed me. What on earth is this? Okay. Sniper. This seems super fun. Yeah, Jeff's still broke. Looks like he's working a little bit better today. I think I did one of those Mandalay lands. Oh, wait, maybe not. Oh, the Jeff thing was loud? I moved it over to its own track, and that was my bad. Oh, it's still too close. That's so annoying. Plainest possible issue, Epic implemented a bunch of features where when you do things the way those features you want to do, you get double the FPS. However, if you brute force those features onto a classic modeling workflow where you're using things like the mass foliage, you get your FPS halved. Ah, that's why. Very weird. We keep finding random Thargoid probes. Always SMG medic main, you'll find I will revive you. I think I forgot to actually get off my Serby.
Warning. Dangerously low temperature detected.
That's right, first discovered. So far, we've mapped out 1 for 1. Limited understanding on my part. Oh, you're good. Oh, you know what it was? That Darth Vader you know what? Here, let me like turn that down a bunch. That Darth Vader thing the other day, I forgot I put it on its own track, so now it has like its own dedicated audio. What are you up to tonight, Sniper? %full health. So to more fun note, Expedition 19 is out on No Man's Sky and it's centered around the Corvette building. More fun note than finding our own systems? I'm building a Corvette. Congratulations. I will find you and I will revive you?
I will find you and
Yeah.
I will revive you.
Oh, well, that worked. Is that audio a little bit better this time? I did lower it quite a bit. For me, it always plays the exact same, but it's just the way I have it routed. Perfect.
Frameshift drive charging.
Escape vector. At some point tonight, we're theoretically going to get to the Soul Nebula. But hopefully... I wasn't expecting to find so many systems along the way. This one's officially, though, first system we found tonight where it's 100% ours. No one else just touched it. Which is kind of crazy, because we haven't really put too many hours into it yet, either. Alright, I feel like you're going to be one of those biological planets. Too fast. So down some. Oh yeah, and Starfield should be having an update at some point. I don't know if it's the end of this year or early next year. But I'm excited for that one.
Orbital flight engaged. Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
I have a very specific set
Nothing.
of tools in my medical bag. And if you think you can go down and just give up, I will find you. And I will revive you.
Well, I'm glad you like reviving people. Build a frontier. And no organic data. That does kind of beg the question, though. No Man's Sky is getting so much praise because they dropped one ship in that like can have a multi-crew. So I'm kind of curious if Elite Dangerous does the same thing and just splits the difference and puts one ship out that has interiors that people can ride with. Is that just going to stop all the people who complain about no ship interiors? Like, could doing the bare minimum get the same amount of praise? I mean, unless we just didn't experience the full update with No Man's Sky, I think it's just the Corvette that has the multi-crew enabled. I built the lightest movement weapon sets I can so I could run res. You know, I actually did get the cosmetics for Recon and for the medic. Mainly cared about the Recon though, since it came with the ghillie suit.
Surface scan complete.
It's a lot of non-human signatures on these worlds. You with the Star Destroyer, now prepare to meet the FPS Destroyer.
Star Destroyer. Now, prepare to meet the FPS Destroyer.
The Corvette is a ton of ships. Well, yeah, that's because you can, like, fully customize your own, but it is technically one ship. But the heck? There was a signal here. Path of Exile? Is that what PO stands for? Or at least that's the only acronym I can think of. I think I might have played the first one on console. But in the same way as every ship in Starfield is technically only one ship? No, there is infamous ships in the galaxy. What are you talking about? Nailed it. I don't remember the name, but there was a whole quest line that you had to do just to get this infamous ship that everyone feared. Because they definitely didn't steal the plot from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Warning. Dangerously low temperature detected.
That's right, first footfall on a world with nothing. Except some sort of Thargoid sensor that I guess destroyed itself on our entry point? I don't know, that was really weird.
I sense a disturbance in the frame rate.
Little bit.
Somewhere out there, a capital ship entered or left this plane of existence.
On to the next planet. Greetings from Seoul. I am Mint Australia. Hello, MPA. How's it going today? Or this morning for you? Don't you malfunction? We don't have time for that. And apparently we gotta wait. How much health does that thing have anyways? Is that like 59? We decided to go out to the middle of nowhere. I keep meaning to eventually stop in at the Soul Nebula, but I'm finding all these random systems in the Cape Herald area that apparently no one's been to. So we keep getting distracted. And they are a ton of bodies in all of these systems. Last one was 22 and this one's like 24 or something. Except this one actually has biological data, so hopefully we'll actually make some decent money this time. But I guess we'll have to figure out how to use the Neutron plotter when it doesn't know a system name. I'm really surprised that our last system didn't pop up in the list. It's a great game and an awesome time killer. Well, I agree, it's got a lot of stuff to do too. You don't have to just do the one task every single time. That's what I like about it. A little bit too fast. Yeah, I'm stoked that I was able to GTS that one because that joke would only get the could no longer lag the server when called in or taken out.
Surface scanned by 50%.
That's another thing that I think Star Citizen's going to have to figure out. Like, there's a lot of people with a lot of money in that game, and they're just going to get to the point to where everyone's going to use a big capital ship, and like all the people who don't have one aren't going to be able to play, and they're not going to have fun, and they're going to quit. There's another one, no data. Alright, the other one's empty. Starting out from the far systems, then working our way towards the sun, then we'll be jumping to the next system. Oh, I think this one's pretty lucky. I think we actually have our own fuel source here, too. Still in the process, though, waiting for DDR6 RAM to come out. Once that comes out, then I'll be able to actually play on my system from there. Mainly because I feel like by the time I spend like $3 grand on a computer, everything is going to update, then it's going to be like, oh, well, you're going to need a new motherboard and blah, blah, blah. So I'd rather just, instead of being on the fence waiting, buy it when stuff actually catches up. Unless it's going to be Infamous's Grand Theft Auto where they keep delaying it. But I don't think so.
Hull integrity.
Too close. Free flying like a week ago, and one of the free fly ships was the players, and I did not even notice the server. Performance-wise, there was abandoned players. Everywhere, literally everywhere. Yeah, but that's how Star Citizen is going to end up. And it's going to really hinder the people new trying to get into the game. Especially the big ships just have a huge advantage over the fighters. Or even right now as it sits, you can just sit one of the players or Idris inside a combat zone and you're able to do it on your own. Really takes away like a lot of the skill of the game, and yeah, I don't know, I think they're just getting too big of a scale. They gotta like figure something out for it. Surely you have biological data. No atmosphere. It is landable though. So ship, you, lights, that. Might make it a little bit easier. I think they need to just do whatever it is, because they got to actually start playing. Oh, you're talking about for Star Citizen? Maybe. We'll see, I'll probably check it out once I get a new computer. Or not. A lot of investment just to play one game when all the other games work. I think it's mainly my CPU though that I have issues with. My CPU was in the time where games were supposed to be optimized for GPUs, and now games have got to the point to where they're just not optimized anymore for that. May come a day that I no longer like what they are doing, and that day I am still around and I'll go do something else. Nice, soft, easy, there we go. I know SC is super CPU heavy, that's my issue. A lot of games on Unreal Engine have been super CPU heavy too. It depends how well the devs optimize it though. I know, and that's why it doesn't work. You're not supposed to have a game that's CPU heavy. If you want a game like that, play CSGO. If you want a game that looks good, don't do it that way.
Extremely low temperature detected.
Very simple. It's like every single planet in this area has a probe for humans, though. That's really weird. There goes. The way things are going in my next PC, maybe whatever Valve are currently testing. Valve are making a computer. I don't. Or are you talking about their operating system?
Frameshift drive charging.
I think their operating system will be interesting. I don't know how much security it would have though. And I also don't know, like, would the bigger companies like purposely try to DDoS Valve's operating system just so their systems look better? They're testing a console type device codenamed the Fremont. Huh, that's interesting. Wonder if they're going to be partnering with Microsoft again for it. I mean, a lot of games are unbalanced and utilized, just kind of thing. Furthermore, actually trend centers the industry have forgotten playability. Yeah, but that's not a good thing. And it should not be forgiven. You shouldn't have a game that runs 20 times better when you boot up an Xbox or a PlayStation over a computer. When you get to that stage, your game's just not ready for PC market, and it should never be put on there until you get it ready. They have a new VR HMD actually close now? I know you're not saying it's better, but it's just one of those things where people are like, oh, this year's been so great for games, blah, 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 but 90% of the games are broke. No new games are, like, being innovative. Like, games peaked in, like, 360 PS3 era.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Never used the subdivide tool. Wasn't that developed during the PS3 era? I know it's been in development for a long time. I don't remember when they said they first started doing it, though. But that's been another one that's been developed for a long time. Yeah, it just released, but they didn't start working on it this year and release it this year. Then Capcom's trying to throw Sony and Microsoft under the bus for the reason why their game failed. They're trying to say it's because the games cost too much money, which they're totally right. Games shouldn't cost that amount. But yes, the Silksong devs did a good job. I heard that game runs really well. It's actually not optimized Fizzle, that's just basic that needs to be inline along with the shader cache and texture memory, so many other things. You talking about for Star Citizen, Cray, or what are you talking about? Alright, so that one, and then we got this little chunk all the way over here, and then we'll be done with you and move on to the next planets. By the way, Sniper, I'm sure you care about it, but there's an exploration event going on currently in Elite Dangerous.
I mean, really? How many polygons does a toothbrush need?
I mean, he's got you there. Minecraft went the route of no toothbrushes needed. Oh, you're talking about game development, gotcha. Concord failed because it's generic boring garbage with a roster filled with thems, and it had nothing to offer. I mean, partially? If you think about it, though, why would you play Concord when you had Marvel Rivals, you had Overwatch, you had Valorant, all these other games that are good, they already have a name, and they're free. So why would you spend $70 on a game that plays in the same genre, but it's not as big as the other games that already have names inside of the genre system for free for the same content? It was just a failed design from the start. Well, it's not just generic boring garbage, it's the fact that they were trying to sell it for 70 bucks. I think if they had made Concord free and had like a subscription model or like a Game Pass model, it might, not subscription, if they had like a Battle Pass model, there's the word for it. If they had a Battle Pass, it might have been able to take off some, but yeah, I think that's where the game ultimately failed. They tried to go against a whole bunch of games that were already free in the same market that did things better for free. Someday, Sony will learn, though. Just like how they learned that putting Helldivers on Xbox will make them more money. I feel like that's going to open up the door. And I'm also willing to bet that The Last of Us is going to be coming to Xbox eventually. Mainly because they can't sell The Last of Us to PlayStation users anymore, since they've sold the first one like 20 times already, like Grand Theft Auto and Skyrim. So Xbox is the only place that they're going to be able to make money now. Is my prediction.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan.
Nothing again. Are you at least landable? Yes. Well, at least we're being able to turn in a whole bunch of data. Somewhere around here, there's at least 2 planets for biological data. I don't know if it's just going to be bacterium. Hopefully not. Hopefully we actually get to find some stuff. Did you know how long the industry has been making the mistake? Remember Brink? Honestly, I do not remember Brink. What was Brink? Is that another shooter game? But I think that's also why I got burned on a lot of genres. Like, I don't know, PUBG held the market for Battle Royale, and then every game after that's been like, ooh, we want Battle Royales. It's like, I mean, it's kind of different, but it's like the same thing over and over again. Like, there's nothing unique in a Battle Royale genre. People find it fun, but it's still the same loop regardless of what game you play. You go, loot, you spawn with nothing, you shoot the people, and you do it all over again. FPS that released in 2011, developed by Splash Damage, published by Bethesda Weird Heads. You know, I don't think I actually heard of that one. I know there's a lot of people that still ask for this game to be updated on consoles.
Warning. Dangerously low temperature detected.
Which I think that's why No Man's Sky is also very popular. They did a smart idea by trying to branch out to like all different platforms. Even though the game was not like what they claimed it should have been at launch. That was very smart having it actually work on all different platforms. The ice world, blah blah blah. Validate solid with their crust. That's another thing, I don't know. Oh, actually, that's a really good question. Sniper. I know originally you were really set on Claire Obscure getting Game of the Year. Do you still have that same opinion, or has it moved over to Silksong? I don't think it'll get it, but I thought Mafia was actually really fun. It was very dark, and it should have ended several chapters before it did, but I thought it was fun. I think for Halloween, on top of Elite Dangerous, I'm also going to add in Prey, and Chronos New Dawn is like a little bit more like spacey, sci-fi-ish themed horror game. I think those would be like my 2 horror sci-fi games I'll stream during October. Prey is excellent. Yeah, I actually just bought it recently. I never actually played it though. Played Moonfall? I have to look into that. But yeah, I definitely should be able to do that. I don't... well, I could be wrong, but I don't know how long those games are, but usually we play for like 5-8 hours at a time, so I don't think they would go longer than a month. I assume we'd probably be done. We'll be generous, probably like 3 weeks. Moonfall's a DLC for Prey. Oh! Yep, gotcha. Moon crash, okay. I'm about to crash anyways. I do have the DLC. I got the deluxe edition. It was on sale for like $8. Obviously it's an old game, but I figured it would fit like the whole sci-fi theme and also fit for Halloween. Both were outstanding games. They weren't buggy messes when released. They were both made by small studios, but Silksong had hype and anticipation building for it. Everyone didn't hate on Expedition 33 like they are on Silksong. Has Silksong been getting a lot of hate? It's not really a game I've been following, so I didn't realize that. I heard a lot of people praising it, but I didn't know people were hating on it. Oh, you be quiet, module. Made it down to 59% for SEO. Three, two, one. You have an AFMU, right? I do, but I didn't bring lipids. But I do have one. Well, we need to go out and in. I'm gonna focus on the plane I'm supposed to be so I don't get... If Emu doesn't take lipids? Oh. Really? Are you sure? Ah, never mind. Maybe you shouldn't do it while moving. Oops. My bad. Don't worry, the game fixed it. Yeah, hate from both AAA studios and indies, mainly for its $20 price tag, but also because their indies can't compete and had to remove their release dates. Is it repaired? Okay, so it takes a minute. The module you're repairing shuts down. Bad for the FSD to do that while in Super Cruise. I didn't realize that I was going to be in Super Cruise. Or kicked me out of Super Cruise when I did it. So it's going to take us 500 seconds. Is that what it is for the repair? You can synthesize AFMU backup? Yeah, I know what you meant anyways, but same difference. That's a good idea. I thought I needed a limpet for this, so that's very handy. Well, we don't have limpets, but we can repair the most important modules, so I think we'll be fine. Everything else is basically full health. Guess if anything, the frame shift drive booster probably would be another thing to make sure you keep powered up. But I mean, that's at 88%, so it's not taking a lot of damage. You need to repair anyways. Oops. Oh, I can repair multiple things? How do I... I think it's good. Disabled, what? Think I had to turn it back on afterwards? Well, that's fine. I only needed it for the one ammo anyways. Although I don't know how our whole health got to 84%. Guess I must have hit a planet too hard. The FMPU turns modules off to repair them. It's weird. I'm surprised it turns it off automatically, but it's not smart enough to turn it back on.
Surface scanned by
100%.
Surface scan complete.
Not a single life form. Yeah, that's fine. It'll be one soon. Actually, hold on. Are you landable? Yes, you are. That's why I always bring a mighty laser out when exploring. Oh, that's a smart idea. How come we don't explore anymore? You just don't find it fun anymore? Kind of amazed that so far we found so many systems that haven't been found. It's also full of Thargoid tech, which is really weird because when I was out here before, I didn't find any Thargoid tech, so I wonder if that was part of the new update, or if it's just because this is a little bit further away from the Soul Nebula that's why Thargoid tech's out here so often. Fair enough. Maybe a flag.
Dangerously low temperature detected.
Yeah, but it's weird. The Hype Hurled, or however you say this place, seems to be very frequent to find non-human stuff here. Usually systems with ammonia worlds? Oh! Gotcha. So maybe they just flew over here because it had high ammonia content. One. Well, that one's definitely pretty close. Thank you for teaching me about that whole repair unit thing. I was thinking I was going to need a limpet to use it.
Frameshift drive charging.
4, 3, 2, 1. Go ahead. It's always hard when you get systems that are like in between each other. It always slingshots you.
Orbital flight engaged. Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Nothing again, really. Alright, we'll at least be able to get our first footfall. And I'm pretty sure whenever you get the first footfall, that gives you a little bit of money too, right? If anything, we know for a fact there's at least 4 biological signs somewhere in this system. So we'll be able to get a little bit of exo bio. So far, we haven't actually found too much. Also, it'd be really cool to find like a grade 5 material farm spot or something out here too. Goes. Let me put it this way, when you're out exploring, how often do you check the points of interest?
Low temperature detected.
It just sort of depends. A lot of the times I just sort of see it on the side. Or like, for example, a lot of these planets, it seems like they always like pop up. Oh, there's a site right there. But I also haven't been using any filters, so it usually just shows up in the middle. So you're out exploring, but you don't actually intend to find anything. Looking for more biological data. What did you mean by finding? Oh, you meant like, I don't know, like a Guardian site or Thargoid site or something? Yeah, those do seem to be pretty rare. hoping eventually we can find an empty research facility that's actually able to be, like, harvested around here. I don't know if we'd be able to find one out this far, though. Let's not go too sharp. And I'd play that Quiet Place game too, but I feel like that would be a really weird game to stream since the whole point of that game is to not make noise. That's why I never tried that game. It's a cool concept, but it's very weird. I feel like anyone who just doesn't use a headset has like a huge advantage in it, because then, you know, the monster wouldn't ever hear you. Slow down.
Orbital flight engaged.
Orbital flight disengaged. Don't you get too close.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface
Is it one of those games where your mic feedback gives the system that you have your redeems active? Yeah, I guess that would work. Is this another one with nothing? Looks landable, at least. Yeah, I guess I didn't really think about that. Could be another way to do it as well. Might only be valid with headphones off. Not sure how you'd set that up. Might be too tired to think right. Literally every system that has like a nice, flat, easy landing place. No life form. I mean, unsuitable. This place looks flat. Way flatter than where we landed beforehand. At least this place has a cool view of the planet.
Warning. Dangerous.
I feel like another thing that would be cool is if not only if you had the first footfall, but if you could actually like plant down your flag and it has like a picture of your commander or like, I don't know, something to like you're able to customize. That way people know that you were the one who went there and it's not just the name. That'd be cool. How on earth is every single one of these planets nothing though? Yeah, no organic data. All right. But it's going to be the ones closest to the sun. So we got one more for this loop. We'll get that planet, and then we'll go down to you. But we are running out of planets here, so eventually it's got to be one with bio. I was able to work on a streamer bot to be able to read the journal for Elite Dangerous, so I guess so far the only thing I don't have calculating correctly is the biological data. I want to see, like, once we actually scan something, if that file's reading correctly. But I was able to get the combat one working, and the mining one should theoretically be able to like calculate how much money we're going to be making per stream. I figured that'd be like a cool way to make it a little bit more interactive. And the system name works too. Whenever we jump to a new system, that one actually automatically updates. Escape vector. Hey Ray, it's going pretty good tonight. How about you? Missed yesterday's stream because I was sick, but today I feel a little bit better. I think I was able to sleep it off. Eventually, our goal is to hopefully get to the Soul Nebula, but I keep finding all these places that have never been discovered in the Hyperworld, or however you pronounce the system's name. So we've been stuck here for a while, since a lot of the places I'm finding have like 22 bodies. Found out my bar citizen will have a couple devs. Have a 4-day weekend coming up? Oh, sweet.
Orbital flight engaged. Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Guessing no data again. Oh, this one is landable. So there's a community event for exploration, so I had actually planned to do an exploration stream anyways, just because, you know, mix the content up some. It kind of just worked out perfectly, so we flew all the way out to the Soul Nebula, or kind of close-ish to the Soul Nebula, and now we're just getting a whole bunch of first discoveries, first maps, and hopefully finding some biological data to make money. This place is extremely dark. Aha! Let there be lights. Yeah, go figure. That's why there's nothing here. It's too easy to land. Yeah, we actually found this whole system. Last one had like 24, and this one has like 26 systems or planets. Something like crazy. Second system we found ourselves, though.
Warning. Dangerously low temperature.
Give me my flag. Thank you. I'm kind of curious though. I wonder how many people actually spend the time and get the first footfalls, or if they just avoid it if it doesn't have biological data. But I feel like if you're gonna do something, you may as well like fully complete it. And I'm being sure to scan the gas chans too in case anything minor wise pops up. So far we found a double panite hotspot, but nothing like too crazy. There's been a lot of rings too. Oh yeah, and we're testing out a new color scheme for our ship. This one is Raptor, which I think actually looks pretty cool. Kind of matches my channel colors, and it's good for like a late night exploration ship. Sort of gives it an alien-ish vibe. Alright, so let's slow down. No double spots. We do have a low temp diamonds and tritium hotspot though. One of these days, we're going to find a quadruple hotspot for platinum. The next time I mine, maybe I'll try a different thing to look for. It's always platinum so far. "17 probes is the efficiency target." Yeah, basically we're just working on the community event. Hopefully we'll be able to turn in a decent amount of data and see how much we actually make. Not gonna go crazy this time. We'll wait for these two to actually lay and see how much we actually discovered.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Alright, so it looks like it's just the backside that we're really gonna have to worry about. Let's see, probably right around there. We'll get a little bit closer, we'll shoot a little bit further down to the right. Look, it actually did a pretty good radius. The vent's kind of lackluster though. The only thing that you get's a pre-engineered detailed surface scanner, which I mean you can already get that for free in-game any time. So it's nothing like really that people are going to have to like hop in to get something that they would miss out on. Unless there's something special about this one, but I don't think there is. I think it's just the same one. It's good for a newer player if they don't have the technology though. %. The next Late Danger stream on Thursday, we should actually have like music and stuff too. Working on that still currently. We're moving too fast. We're going fine. Wait for that to land. There was a chunk down there at the very bottom that I didn't encounter, I don't think.
Surface
Oh, 100%. Nice. Then somewhere around here is going to be our biological data. So we got these two areas completely done. Those are going to be the most dense planets, so. For the most part, and I think we do have one coming up that has a little bit more. Been a lot of landables in this system too. I'm really surprised at how many places we're able just to get the first footfalls on. Usually when you find a place, there's a lot of like gas planets and stuff that you can actually like do anything with. So far tonight, I think we've only failed one planetary scan. That was on one of the bigger gas giants. No one else been a lot more cooperative, though. A lot of these smaller planets, too. They're mainly only one probe with the extended radius. So that one says it can hold 6, so I'm wondering if it's going to take more than 1 this time.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Looks like 2 it is. Now another easier way to do it is just toggle the backside of the planet, or you can fly around.
Surface scan complete.
And it's going to look like another place with nothing that we can do. There is a human signature here, though. Or sorry, non-human signature.
Flight engaged.
Guessing this is going to be another Thargoid beacon. Guess we got a little bit too close. MFU is out of repair kits. So every single non-human signature we've gone to so far has just been a Thargoid sensor. So I don't have any reason to believe that this will be any different, but we may as well land next to it just in case it is something cool. There's always a possibility. Also, if we just happen to find like a Guardian tech site or something, that would be really cool.
Frameshift drive charging.
4, 3, 2, 1. Way too fast. Alright, so that should be a good entry point. We'll just have a look and see. If it's just like a normal sensor with them, we won't really need to pull out our SRV. That's what I'm assuming it is, though, since we don't see anything from here. Usually if it would be something bigger, you would find it. Light mode is engaged. Oh, and if you're new to exploring, make sure you actually get outside of your ship and your SRV. If you just take an SRV down to the planet, it's not actually going to give you your first footfall. So if you're the first one to discover it, be sure that you like fully have your feet on the ground, or else it's not going to count. Perfect. Let's go have a look and see. I assume it's going to be another one of those failed sensors.
Warning. Dangerously low temperature detected.
And we got our first footfall. So I parked farther than I thought. Thought it would just be right around the corner here. Alright, fine. Let's pull out the SRV real quick. Drive over there. I assume it's going to be nothing special. We're not going to grab anything cargo-wise related, because we do find a populated system. Basically, if a pirate does end up scanning you, it's going to be a guaranteed way to get shot. So, unless there's like components that you're actually looking for while you're out here, it's best just to leave most of that stuff there. In my opinion. That happened to me one time. I was just minding my own business. I like alt-tabbed because I was like trying to set something up, and the next thing I know it, a whole bunch of pirates jumped me because the previous system I had gone to a Guardian site and like grabbed 2 things of like titanium or something dumb just because it was like right there in front of me, and they ended up attacking me because of it. So I've learned just to avoid it. I guess it was a little bit further away. 211. So it's got to be like right in this area somewhere. So let's get off the rocks. Alright, so it's going down in this direction. This better be for something cool. At this point, it was just for a sensor. My up, we actually lock it. There we go. I was thinking we'd be able to find it manually fairly easy, but I just like drove right past it. Yeah, it's just another one of those non-human signatures. I forgot what these things look like. Yeah, they did a really nice job texturing them. Yeah, we're gonna mess around though, and eventually we're gonna end up fighting like some sort of crazy Thargoid thing attacking us. Which would be half cool and half tragic at the same time. So I would enjoy that, but at the same time I don't want to die. By the way, for anyone new to this same sort of style, if you do end up blowing up, you're going to lose all the planets that you've scanned, all your first discoveries, like all that you're going to have to redo. So try to be super careful with your ship. Which is why I was saying it's not worth it to pick up like random like Thargoid sensors and stuff, unless you have your fleet carrier next to you or like have a way to like offload them quickly. You're just opening yourself up to a higher risk of actually losing your data. Which, especially during this community event, that could cost you a lot of extra money. Do the thing. There we go. Good news is, this time it seems to actually be working. Last time it was having a crash error like every hour, but we must have worked through whatever was having issues with that last update we did. What? Circle back around. I appreciate all the commanders who've been showing all their awesome support lately on my channels. Really means a lot. TJV. So I guess we'll keep this same layout that we were originally going to plot to the Soul Nebula, and if we keep finding systems, then we'll just grab them along the way. I was expecting to find a whole bunch like closer that we could see the nebula, but this also appears to be working since we get good views. They're just a little bit further away.
Surface scanned by 50%.
No travel is now allowed. You're talking about no travel. I can tell you one thing, there's no biologicals found either. Alright, so let's go land on this planet. You have to pick a system and never leave now. Well, you see, the thing is, you can't colonize this far out in the middle of nowhere. Although I did colonize a place right next to Capricorn B. Got burned out on it though, since it didn't seem like a lot of people really enjoyed watching haul cargo back and forth a whole bunch, and at the same time, I also wasn't really too like enthusiastic about doing it. I don't know, it'd be kind of cool if they like combined all the elements in colonization instead of just cargo hauling. Like maybe you have to like fight off anarchists on a planet to like claim that planet as your own. Then the next system, you need like a bunch of biological data for like a science research lab team, so you have to do it that way. 3,000 light years away from Sol myself and harvesting a patch of undiscovered systems. Oh, nice, Shadow. Which 3,000 light years did you pick? I went towards the Soul Nebula. And I got slightly sidetracked. Mainly because I needed fuel, and then for some reason that stop for fuel has now landed me to a whole bunch of areas that's never been discovered. So I guess it was lucky. Go on, dude, do the thing. You have no idea where you are. Well, that's always good too. I also have no clue how to pronounce the system I'm in. I'm next to the Soul Nebula, though. I can say that much. First footfalls confirmed. Yeah, I don't know if it's called Hyperworld or how you're actually supposed to pronounce this place. But it seems like a lot of systems here haven't been discovered. The only life I found was so far some snot on my can me from sneezing. Theoretically, I should have 2 planets here that have biological life forms. I've not actually found them yet, but somewhere in this list of planets will be biological life forms. But I'll probably be skipping bacterium unless it's really obvious. Like if this world had bacterium, I might have done it since it's such like a bright, vibrant color that it would be really easy to spot. But of course, this world has nothing. It's gonna be like one of those ice worlds where everything's like the color white. That's where the bacterium is gonna be found. Guarantee it. Ship's still doing good, 79%. All of our modules are above 80%. Message. Yeah, at some point I need to actually do this. Emerson Hopper is promoted to Master. Oh wait, what? I got Elite 1? Huh. Well, that's kind of a cool graphic there. I like that. I didn't realize that there was a thing. You know, I've never actually opened any of those messages before. It's like it says, visit had 3 notable stellar phenomenon inside planetary rings. Well, that is awesome. I haven't found anything cool like that. So far, it's just been a lot of Thargoid sensors. Which I forgot what they looked like, so I thought it was something new, but no, it was just something old. Those things always look super cool and like alien. Don't get too close, don't you do it.
Orbital flight engaged. Surface scanned by
100%. Aha!
surface scan complete.
And it has nothing again. Is it landable? Yes. It's got 2 different non-human signatures, though. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is with this system, but like literally, so many non-human signatures. So I feel like eventually I have to like find some sort of site or something. That'd be cool. Too fast. Oh, I'm not. There it goes. Kilometers away. Kind of curious how many people keep the default orange, or if everyone like prefers to change their HUD colors. The only thing I miss is like my F1 through F4 functions, but I do really like this color for exploration. Makes it a lot less like in your face compared to the orange normally is. Now I'd have to assume that this is going to be the same thing again. I don't know why my night vision keeps getting turned off. I guess every time I go into Super Cruise it does it. So this time we're just going to park close to it. Then we'll look at it on foot and then we'll get back in our ship. Well, it is the first planet that has 2 of these signatures. Came a little hot on that one. Not considered landed. There it goes. But it must have a little bit of crazy atmosphere in it. We're doing fine there, and then it just randomly like sucked us down. And we have more stuff.
detected.
One of these days, we're going to find one. Something cool is going to be out here in the universe, and we're going to find it. Get back in our ship and move on to the next spot. What's your jump range? Made it custom built to reach over 90 light years. Oh, nice. Mine is currently 78. I have a couple of components that I could probably swap around. I mainly just strapped together whatever I had in my fleet carrier at the time. Called it good on my exploration ship. I was happy with 78. But I also have like a lot of extra like stuff in case I bump into somebody. If I'm smart enough to remember to buy limpets. I forgot to grab those though, so. Had a lot of like repair limpets and operation limpets and a whole bunch of other stuff in case you whenever like need some repairs along the way. So I'm not too much below you. You're at 90, I'm at 78. So I bet you'd be able to get out here in a couple less jumps. I think it took us about 46, I think. It's a little over an hour. Which still isn't too bad for, like, 7,000 light years away. Don't buy limits and make them. I know how to find stuff to make more, but I'm so careful I really need them. Hey, well, being careful is always nice, too. Hey, just completely spaced on buying it before we started today. Another non-human signature.
Orbital flight engaged.
Trying to slow down, mister.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Really, nothing again. I guess it's my job experience because I work as a cashier. I have now set rules I follow. Well, I applaud you being a cashier. I've happened to do it a little bit when I was a supervisor at a job, and I did not find that very fun. I don't know why they make everyone stand up the whole time. I personally don't care if you're checking my stuff out, if you sit at like a bar stool or something. I have no clue why it's such like a very peculiar thing where people really want you to stand the whole time. So I applaud you for it. Too fast. Whoops. It's gonna be the same thing anyways. It had a different name to it, we'd go check it out, but pretty sure every single non-human thing is just going to be the same. You can... Oh, this planet has a cool coloring scheme. Not allowed to sit, so we don't forget to check the shopping carts. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's always the whole you're supposed to always be busy thing, but it gets very tiring on your feet after standing for 8 hours. So I applaud anyone who actually has the willpower and can do that over and over again every single shift. At the time, though, when I was doing that, I was also working at the airport, though, so it probably wasn't the best two jobs to combine together. Get first footfall and move on to the next foot. It's kind of crazy though. It's been like, what, 4 hours? We haven't found any biological data yet. We also don't work 8 hours, only 5 per shift because of the huge load of checks and manual input to be done, which is tiring. You guys still take checks there? You know, I completely forgot to put the new Mandalay skin on. I think I put the Cutter skin on. What if they took it off? That's weird. Could have swore I put it on. Because it should have like the green tips on it. Discounts have to be entered immediately every single time? Oh, that is awful. Are you in a smaller town? Like, you guys don't have like the little QR code scans where you can like scan the thing and it automatically inputs it for you? We're going to get to the point someday where it's just going to be implanted in people's arms. I don't think I'd ever do that though. Like the whole like Elon Musk Neuralink thing, that would just be way too creepy for me to actually have that done. But imagine how easy it would be if you're like doing something you shouldn't be, and then your defense is, well, I didn't do it. So then all someone has to do is like hack into your Neuralink chip and like look and see what you did. Like, there could be so many things wrong with that. I like future tech and stuff, don't get me wrong, but there's some stuff that I think is a little bit too crazy. Weird looking ring. You should fly over the cluster of white stars. Looks interesting.
Surface scan complete.
Which cluster of white stars are you talking about? Unless you mean that stuff? I'm kind of close to nebulas though, so a lot of it's like super far away. Didn't find any double spots. Yeah, you're talking about the little nebula cloud or something over in the distance there? We can check it out and see, but I think it's in a different zone. I know somewhere around here. Is that it? I think that's the Heart Nebula over there. And then this Soul should be somewhere as well. South of the Giant? Gotcha. Yeah, we can check it out and see. I got plenty of fuel. And I can't believe all the biological data was like literally right next to the sun. But you know what? At least we laid on all the planets and mapped them out anyways. 14%. Well, that probe did good. $33. Direction and space are fun with no real references. Yeah, it's right next to the glowy star, over there. Alright, so hopefully those are spread out enough.
Surface scanned by 50%.
And the band of stars is down. I think I see what you're talking about now. That could be EDH, because I do have a mod going on where it adds a little bit extra star details. So you're talking about that cluster over there, right? Oh, yeah. Those are the two nebulas I was talking about. So that should be the heart and soul. So that might just be over inside of the other zone. %, is that it? Nah, that thing basically looks finished. Try to do some blind fire shots here. I think this should line up. Yeah, because we're at 10 right now. We 12, so we got plenty. Looked like that was in the zone that we were going for. Is it going to get the tip there?
Surface scan.
100%. Perfect. Although I lost where the things were again. Oh, yeah, this way. Actually, I have a better idea. Hold on. That, and then, get off with that. There we go. Maybe. Is it still tied? No. It looks like they're just all grouped up together there. There's a star band like that 1K away from the bubble near the NGC Nebula. It was a pretty sight with lots of black holes. You know, I haven't actually been to a black hole yet. I flew through a system with one earlier tonight, but I never actually stopped in it. I always find the clouds really beautiful in the game, too. Except for the jerk who leaves their headlights on. Alright, so that'd be the third row done? Yep. 2 more major planets to go. BH Roval and Neutron stars. Yeah, I'm really glad I learned how to use the Neutron stars. The first time I flew all the way out here, I flew like the manual way. Took me like 3 hours or so, and I was just watching stuff while I did it. This time it took us a little over an hour, which is a much better time. Alright, so let's loop back around. So you finding many first discoveries where you're at. Obviously we ended up going a little bit further than you did, but went with a place with views, even though we never actually got to the place that I was hoping to. It's too fast. 4 probes, it might be enough. Go upwards.
Surface scanned by 50%. Orbital flight engaged.
50% still, really? Alright, so that's the backside. So hold on, so we'll do that. 82%, they lied to us.
Surface scan complete.
Bacterium. Alright, well there we go. We finally have some sort of biological signals. I know that they changed the way the color scheme works. I think it's purple's the obvious area, or is it the blue? Might have to turn that one off instead of EDHM until I get used to it. Well, if anything, the purple is like a really small patch right there. Oh, fantastic. Pitch black. Alright, so theoretically, we should eventually find something. Odds of me caring about bacterium is very slim. That's something. It's just a rock. Hey, there is one. There's one, there has to be many. Nice. I was weird, we weren't going to be able to find any tonight.
Warning.
Alright, so let's turn night vision on.
On. Drive assist off.
Now, unfortunately, even with ED Copilot, it's not going to be able to point you in a direction where it should be, since, well, we're the first ones here. Good news is, these plants usually pay a lot. Do that, you loadouts, and I had a lot of issues with my Maverick suit, so I started to buy a whole bunch of random ones. And then thankfully Foz was able to tell me how to fix it.
Warning. Dangerously low temperature detected.
So if we happen to find bacterium very easy on this planet, we might stop and grab it. But bacterium, usually, you spend more time searching than finding it. Oh, I was explaining why I had so many Maverick suits that I said you were nice enough to tell me how to fix mine. Said I didn't need them anymore. Yeah. Ooh. I'm going to assume that these are too close. But man, would it be convenient if they weren't too close. Found some Fonticula, but also bacterium that I think will skip.
Warning.
Alright, so that's not far enough.
Temperature detected.
Now, another route that you could take here is technically to get back inside of your ship and then just fly to another pod. Or you can drive around a bunch, because usually those things aren't horribly hard to find. Like these guys. Hopefully that's far enough.
Warning. Dangerously low temperature detected.
I was really hoping we'd be able to just like get one on the edge here, but I think they're all too close. Oops. Let's see, you...
Starting the ED co-pilot main process. Please
She'll at least be able to read out to us when we get 500
the ED co-pilot process is
meters away. Now, I will be honest, I personally prefer the Scorpion over the Scarab when it comes to exploration. I just left my Scorpion at home.
Greetings.
So
Edie
this
is here.
might be?
Commencing startup sequences now. I will be ready to assist you shortly, Commander.
Warning.
Aha!
Commander,
Got us another sample.
Discovery mode is on, but your primary fire keybind has not been set to a key press keybind. Auto firing of the
Depends
Discovery
on the planet, really?
won't work until you map a key press to this keybind in game. Commander,
Scorpion has no chance of getting out of a
primary
chasm.
fire keybind has not been set to a key press keybind. Auto
Yeah, but I have an easier time of not breaking it.
until you map a key press to this keybind in game.
Is that my ship? Decent argument for the size for vehicle bay.
Velocity was 30 miles 25 minutes ago at 1802. All systems are fully operational. We're in the Highfield, TJ-V, 49-14 system.
Alright, somewhere around here. In a flat zone. It's got ships over that way, so I think if we keep heading in this direction, we should end up in another pod.
We have missions outstanding. The first mission expires in 2 days and 90 minutes. Mission is massacre 40 posse.
Somewhere around here has to be one more. Kind of stinks that it's on the dark side of the planet I landed on too. But that wasn't the best idea. Though I don't know if the other side would be lit for this area. I think it's just a dark moon. I'm really glad that they have the booster inside this though. It makes it so much easier to go over terrain. Come on, this Mr. Fonticula. We just need one more of you. If back. JM's definitely not happening.
Message from the Pilots Federation. They said we need to stop calling
So, I mean, it's possible that we drove outside of the little hot spot that we were in. Wait, hold on. There's one to the left. So at the last second. Aha! I don't think we'll be able to scan for any new data for these either.
You just found
Yeah, no new trace found. Okay.
Amethyst Fonticulua campestris. That's
Look with your exploration ship. Have a good night, Fozel.
it's worth around 1 million credits.
Or a good day wherever you are. Thanks for stopping by again. I appreciate all the support.
Warning. Dangerous.
Whatever, this is already 3:30 in the morning. Nice. Alright, so the exobio data from out here is definitely going to be good for being the first ones finding the planet.
Select at Vista Genomics.
Ooh, hold on.
Still one unknown species left to scan on this body, Commander.
Yeah, there's no unknown. Is this tally thing going to work? No. So I need to just tweak that one still. Sorry, I ended up making a whole bunch of things to make the stream actually, like, count more, but I want to make sure it all worked before I made a video on how to do it. Got it set up for combat and mining. Looks like exploration is still going to need a few tweaks. That better not have been a very easy patch, like right next to me, that I could have grabbed the whole time. I'll just assume that we had grabbed that one beforehand, maybe. Or that one. Although that one's kind of close to the ship, so that one probably would trigger the 500-meter away thing. Alright, so let's get back on board. I am going to grab a drink real quick, and I will be back.
I've been thinking about changing my name to Siri, as you seem to want to use my vast space knowledge and awesome persona just to dim your friggin' lights for you.
It's so quiet way out here.
Until it isn't, when everything kicks off.
Just checking in. Everything okay on your end?
Alright, so we got one body down with Exobio. I think there's supposed to be one more? At least one more. And I think on the scanner it was right next to each other, so it might be this next world. Hopefully that one will be a little bit brighter. And hopefully all you commanders out there are able to get all your community events done. I know this one's sort of like a lackluster reward cycle, but if you're new to Elite Dangerous, having this pre-engineered scanner is actually going to help a ton when it comes to scanning planets.
True. We need to reroute some power to the sensors to fix a glitch.
And if you played for a while, well, it never hurts having extra in case you leave it in a system somewhere. But the good thing is, usually when they're doing community events, it also scales for money, so you'll be able to get a lot more money during this time period. Some people do this for several hours a night, then bring in billions. Though I have no clue how many systems it would actually take to bring in billions doing just pure exobio data and scanning planets. Hi everyone, it has melee now. How long till we get melees in front of things? Well, yeah, you can't beat the best. It's sort of like the Corvette. It's just one of those ships that I think is going to be in the game for forever. Until they find something better to replace it. Although I will say I do like the Phantom, it just doesn't have the jump range to compete anymore. I wish it did. Because it'd be nice to have variety instead of just, like, as you said, everyone using the same few ships. There's just a meta cycle where a lot of the newer ships are just going to replace the old ones.
Want to play a game to pass the time? I spy with my little...
The only one that I'm kind of iffy on is how the Type 11 is going to handle it. I don't know if the Type 11 has, like, enough unique features on it to really make it stand out that much. But it depends how much of a unique mining ship it actually is. But so far, they've actually put a lot of good ships out, like the Clipper. That one's great for mining and cargo hauling. Bacteria, no one wants you.
Signals detected on body.
Particular, we'll take you though.
Detecting 2 signals below for bacterium and fonticulua.
And this side actually looks kind of brighter, so maybe we'll get lucky. I myself have a nice shiny Mandalay. I will be buying a T11 for the retractable pods. Oh, I'll most definitely be checking out the Type 11, don't get me wrong. But I'm curious to see if that one's going to draw as much attention to it. Like, I don't know if there's enough unique features on that ship to really warrant too many people spinning arc on it, if that makes sense. Like, it seems kind of like toned down compared to the other ships lately. So I'm interested to see like where it actually fits in the ecosystem.
Now entering orbital cruise for body 2D. This one's an icy body. Gravity is 0.09 G. Surface
We may
temperature
soon pass
is
through a
minus
dense interstellar cloud
220
to
degrees
get closer
Celsius.
cosmic ray shower. This will produce some stunning.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the
Also poses a risk
mod
of
pack
outcomes.
for the scanning on planets. That one just makes it look a little untextured. So I did see the new mining ship comes with like, I think you're stuck with a vehicle hangar bay and a couple like other like permanent mining slots, which I mean I guess it's not too bad, but I'm curious if it's going to have the storage to compete with the Clipper, or like how they're going to be able to like keep it alive. Actually, I'm going to blame EDHM for that one. There was a I think they call it 3P mod or whatever. It's supposed to make it a little bit more, it stands out more for like the bacterium on planets and stuff. Or not the bacterium, but like the highlighted areas. And I don't think it actually works. So I'll take blame for that one instead of Elite Dangerous. Somewhere around here has to be one mushroom.
Everyone, we may soon see a pulsar prediction.
I mean, I got not arcs TH for money, and I was mildly annoyed that the T11 rendering my miner gone. The T11 will be mental for mining. The big front hard points is for mining laser that also does abrasion blasting. Yeah, I've seen that. Apparently they have like a different type of limpet or something now too with it. But I don't know if it's really going to like, for the people who like the bigger ships, I don't think they would go away from like the Clipper using it to go for the Type 11. But for the people who like the medium ships, it might be able to outclass the Python, but it depends on the handling. Like I really have to fly it before I can really like see the difference between them. Which the Python's been really good, solid ship for mining for a long time, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's supposed to replace the Python.
We seem to have an infestation of space hamsters on board. I suggest we make a run for it before they take over the ship.
Just blind or like where on earth? This guy who got trade elites almost purely from core mining in Python. Yeah, it'll be some pretty big shoes to fill. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Python has some really good handling, so I'm really curious to see like where this is going to fit. I mean, I guess you're going to eventually get to a cycle to where you have so many good ships trying to compete with each other, it'll be hard to like really incentivize people to want the new one. Don't make it like completely broken. Although they could just add a whole new unique mining loop to that ship in particular. How is there seriously not a single mushroom? That's what they do to the new ship to make the old ones obsolete. Yeah, but I don't know. Like, I feel like the Clipper kind of replaced the Cutter, in my opinion. I don't know what everyone else uses, like their cargo hauling ship, but I use the Cutter. But I don't know where the Type 11's like coming in to replace. Is it supposed to be replacing a Python? Or like, what ship is it actually like supposed to be compete against?
Air quality and temperature are within safe ranges.
I think I might seriously go on a super cruise and just like go to the other side of the planet. This is kind of ridiculous. Like, not a single one. Yeah, we'll do that. Bet it's because of the day side. What are you looking for? Funticula. It should have been in this area, but I've not seen a single one. So my plan is just to jump out, fly around a little bit, and then hope that other areas better. Hold on, let me open up EDHM.
Just received. Our job is to find the nearest space diner and order the biggest plate of space nachos they have.
Let's see, you plugins. I was thinking that the whole enhanced biome overlay would look a little weird. I don't think I like that one. Let's just go back to default. Alright, there we go. Well, I was flying close to the planet for a while there, it's just nothing was popping up. And as far as new ships go, I still have yet to fall in love with the Python 2, enough for it to intercept the Crate Mark II for a combat ship. I did the Thargoids in a Crate 2 and had a lot of fun. I did... You know, I'll give you that. I also did a Crate Mark II for Thargoids. Although Python Mark II is pretty good for, like, pirates.
Level during our next maneuver to ensure crew comfort.
Bunch of rocks. Like, it's supposed to be around here somewhere. The other planet worked just fine. It was right where it said it would. It's not really going to be in hilly areas, so it's going to be somewhere flat. Although for combat, I'd still use the Corvette over most of my other ships. I really like the way the Corsair flies, but I just live better in the Corvette.
Attention, Commander. I have detected a strange reading on our sensors.
With the atmosphere here?
It's just
Let's see.
false alarm.
Is that about the temperature or the gravity? Or it says 0 surface atmosphere, if that's what you're asking. System map? Ooh, hold on. Let's not accidentally crash and die. Icy world. Cooler regions of the star system have retained many volatile solids within their crust. Fourth. Wow. 100% argon. 82% ice, 15% rock, and 1.5% metal. It says it has 2 biological datas, though, so I mean, it should be here somewhere. It's just his brother's system worked way easier.
We shouldn't have
Which, ironically, it's the same composition, so it shouldn't be hard to find. So the oh! Hey, we found some! Literally just to our right. The non-human sources, they're going to be leftover Thargoid probes. They've been all over this system that I found. Oops. What am I stuck on? Seriously?
First landing on this
How far have you been out? Let's see here. Sometimes when you can't find bio, you need to stop, even land, and the game will spawn stuff. Oh, so I wonder if going out to that system map made things refresh. Hello, Commander. How's it? Oh, Corvus. How are you doing today? Oh, I am in the middle of nowhere. Here, hold on, let me... So I'm in the Hype Herald, or however you say it. And we scroll all the way out. Soul will be found... Well, sorry, that's the Pleiades. Soul will be found in that middle area, so I'm pretty far. I'm almost to the Soul Nebula, which is where I was originally going to go tonight, and then I keep finding stuff here, so... I haven't actually got to where I was intending 2 hours ago. I suppose that's how exploration goes. You find a system and you just sort of get stuck in it.
You just found another location for an amethyst Fonticulua campestris. That's been logged in our codex.
Good news is, Fonticulas pay decent, and they're really easy to find once they spawn.
Amethyst Fonticulua campestris has not previously been recorded by Canon for this body commander. Perhaps run an Eden...
Not far from Soul, there's a nebula, the Bubble Nebula. Might want to visit it. Oh, I might do that. Doing well, I'm deciding whether or not to get involved in the CG. What do you think about it?
Another colony at least 500 meters away.
Are you a newer player? I can't remember. Got eggs and flour? Want to make a shrew pancake? You know, I don't know if you'd be able to have a good breakfast with these mushrooms, but maybe. If you're looking for money, then I think it would be a good thing to do, because they should, like, stack together. If you're doing it purely because you want to be, like, a collector for community events, then that'd be another reason why. But if you don't really care about collecting and you already have a pre-engineered detailed surface skater, then this one's not really going to get you anything too unique. Like, you can already get them in-game, so it's mostly going to be for credits.
Appropriate distance to find a new colony of this species, Commander.
Check it on the map, it might convince you. Yeah, I'll do that. The bubble. That looks like a long scroll. Hey, hold on, how far are you? It does look kind of cool, though.
Setting course for bubble sector.
About 4,000 LL away.
We will reach our destination in 47 jumps.
Maybe. I might have to check that one out next. been playing since 2017, I've spent hundreds of hours out in the black, then you probably, nothing like too unique is going to be there, honestly. So it's your call if you want to do the event. It's a good time to make money right now, though. Most events help stack money. But I don't want to, like, lie to you and be like, oh, yeah, you most definitely need to do it. Because, I mean, there's nothing unique in this one compared to, like, the pre-engineered cargo racks. Those are a big game changer. These, there's nothing special.
You just found another location for an amethyst fonticulua campestris. That's been logged in our code.
Alien mushrooms that grow in toxic atmosphere. That's sure a fire way to discover new alien species shortly before you stop breathing. Well, you know, they do say that mushrooms is supposed to be alien.
Second sample collected, Commander. Now move another 500 meters from here and look for the third and final sample needed.
Alright, let's see. Why did you have a special trip planned, Corvus? Were you going to go explore somewhere unique and unknown? What are the odds that this has been 500? I feel like that would be... Oh, well, maybe these. Or those. I bet those are. That's ridiculous. We flew around for so long not being able to find any, and then here they are just everywhere.
We're now at an appropriate distance to find a new colony of this species.
That's right, we are. Not going to crash there. Was some of the best OG... Oh. One day shift if you follow the Hunt Orbital Trucker's terminology. Are you still trying to trick people to fly all the way out to Hunt Orbital for a Conda? Or people gave up on that yet? 20 billion credits on my watch, so credits aren't really important right now. I'm planning on going to the Dostant World 3 expedition, which happens in early 26. Remember you saying that. I'll definitely join you on that.
There are still one unknown species left to scan on this body.
Yeah, but you see, it's bacterium, and bacterium doesn't pay well, and it's a pain. Oh, you're talking about for bacterium? Yeah. Wait, if it paid like 100 million if you turned in like a group of bacterium, then I might spend some time actually like looking for it. But as it sits now, it's just one of the least paying ones, and it takes the longest to find. Which, I mean, I guess this world wouldn't be too bad, but those ice worlds, you spend so much hours just looking for a little small white speck. Turn into Hunt Orbital Radio. Fonticulate pays the same as bacterium? Yeah, but Fonticulum is much easier to find. Yeah, you know, except for the fact that we couldn't get it to spawn, but it's much easier to find. Like, once we got them spawned in, that was like, I don't know, 5 minutes or less to actually get all three. Bacterium, I feel like we'd still be on the first, maybe second sample. What's the few tricks to bacterium, Oboe Jelly? Oh, you're doing it for the mug.
Keep an eye out for quasars, which are extremely bright and distant objects powered by supermassive black holes. They're so bright that they can outshine entire galaxies.
Bacteria is the ground texture thing I'm looking for. Years ago, I went to the Mercury 7 expedition. It was so much fun, I'd encourage all commanders to get involved with the Distant World 3 trip. 50 meters off the ground and look at distance for black spots that change color when you get near. Huh. Okay, so 50 meters, not kilometer. Hold on. 50 meters, right? Like 5-0? Alright, so we're 50. I don't see any black spots here. Particulate splattered all over the place, though. Alright, fly in a direction.
Clouds of gas and dust form from dying stars. They can be quite colorful and can sometimes have interesting shapes.
The particulate is definitely all over the place. Also better to look for a flat area. Yeah, I've been trying to head to this little zone over here in front of us. I think this should be flat enough. Oh, maybe a little bit more to the left
Some
up
good
there.
news and some bad news. The good news is we're not lost. The bad news is I have no idea where we are.
In addition, you can also use the composition scanner. Didn't think about doing that. Scanning on the screen, it flashes when you pass it by. Yeah, that's what I used to do with the SRVs. Didn't think about doing it on the ship though. That's a good idea. I don't know, this plane has just been a pain in the butt for normal fungus, so bacteria might be the same way. Oh, did I pass it? It's like this, have white bacteria or red, which are hard to find. Ah! Yeah. Specimen can be and will be spread very far apart. Yeah, I think we'll move on to the next planet. That one that's a little bit easier to locate for us.
Will be illuminated by nearby stars, giving off a beautiful glow.
That's why I wish Bacterium paid more. It takes a lot of time to actually like set up where to find it, and they usually just aren't really worth it credits wise. Two, what? Plus that planet wasn't work with us. There's one that pays 8.4 million. Yeah, but there's some stuff in the universe that pays like 20 million and they're like very big, very easy to find. Bacterium, I fly higher with night vision on and look for dark spots. Yeah, I might have to do that next time. That planet was just annoying me because we had a hard time finding the easy stuff, so I figured it'd probably be the same thing. You see nitrogen atmosphere, look for it? Yeah, most definitely will.
Corvus Corax Nevermore is offline.
Nevermore. Did you take that from Wednesday? Or is that just a coincidence?
Surface scanned by 50%.
Two
Bacterium.
biological signals detected on body.
Reticula.
Orbital flight engaged.
Detecting 2 signals below. There are bacterium and fonticulua. Commander, are we going to go take a look?
As we travel deeper into the galaxy, we may encounter a pulsar, a highly
Approaching
magnetic.
Turn that pack off, but it seems like it's still...
Gravity of 0.06.
These pulsars
Alrighty,
can be
thanks.
observed from great distances
Of
and
minus
Well, some of these tricks depend on your GFX settings. Ah, gotcha. Edgar Allan Poe poem, The Raven. Oh, fair enough. Didn't know if he borrowed it from the Addams Family. Yeah. I appreciate your tips there, but I'm not going to look for bacterium on a white planet. I already know how this is about to work. If in doubt, start with the craters. You're headed to an area with no color, so no bio. Oh, is that what happened? No, I did not notice Poe getting quoted.
Friction drive charging.
Don't you malfunction on me, I repaired you. How much damage are you? Ah, you're slightly injured, fine. But I'm old enough to have watched the original Addams Family on black and white TV. But that's what I meant. Addams Family's been around for quite a while, not just Wednesday, but yeah, Wednesday was the first one that came to my mind.
No need for concern.
Is it not? Hold on. Yeah, it's the blue areas we're going to, right? Or is it the purple? He got me all confused, because I thought we were in a populated zone. I have to get lucky and start in craters because I can get like 4 or 5 out of the 7 samples. Once upon a time, midnight jury. Yeah, well, I pondered weak and weary. Unless you get inverse colors, purple and blue should have bio last. Yep. Perfectly intended.
Spaceport, where the only destination is deep space, and the only activities are sitting and waiting.
Should have bio last time you laid it in white. I was running a color mod, but it should be fixed now, so I turned it off. For the bio, at least. This planet, when you get close to the ground, it just automatically brings you down. More points in his shields won't hurt. Nice, good call.
Lighting gear deployed.
We have touched down. Commander, our first landing on this body.
Perfect. And then... Crater and its rim also provide a limited visual reference. That's easy for... orientation?
Low gravity warning.
And good eye there, by the way, Mr. Jelly. I completely missed this one. Yeah, I didn't think we'd have any new trains, but worth a shot anyways.
Just found another location for an amethyst fonticulua campestris. That's been logged in our codex, Commander. It's worth around 1 million credits if you collect a sample.
Yeah, 1 million credits, not really that much, but you know what, at least it's a little bit.
Sample on this body that has not been reported to back-end systems.
Missed a few more, they spawned when you almost crashed.
Fonticulua campestris collected, Commander. Now find another colony at least 500
Yeah, it was all part of the plan. Good news is they're over in this area, so we know we can find it. 1 million before the bonus. That's true. Being the first ones to turn it in should increase it quite a bit. Far enough yet? Apparently not.
We're now at an appropriate distance to find a new colony of this species.
5 times?
Commander.
4 billion with the first footfall? So we'll get about 5-6 million? You'll soon realize money isn't going to be your driving force eventually. I feel bored after having earned 20 billion credits. Well, you can buy the 20 billion fleet carrier, then you'll be back to 0. I don't know if that's really what you're wanting to money-wise, but...
Campestris collected. 1 to go. Now move another 500 meters from here and find our last sample.
Alright, so we got that. So I just used the ship marker system in SC for the first time in a couple patches after it was introduced, and it's pretty sick. Congratulations, Cray.
We have moved far enough away. Now look for another sample.
Another sample. I can do that. See, this is why I like these plants. They're really easy to find, even if they don't pay well.
You know that there are neutron stars that rotate up
But
to
once
700
they spawn everywhere.
That's fast enough to cause a lighthouse-like beam of light that we might be able to see in our journey.
Yeah, but how long is it going to take us to get all 3 bacterium?
Congrats on completing your 3rd sample scan, Commander. Nice work out there. There are
Bacterium
still
should be around here too somewhere, right?
scan on this body, Commander.
I already know this is going to be a pain in the butt. Straight behind where I was? Alright, so hold on. Is it walking distance or driving distance? You know how to keep earning your weekly upkeep for the carrier? It takes about 10 minutes. Yeah. Well, good news is I didn't even know that this planet had the bacterium on it. I thought it was going to be another one that was barren. Oh! Aha! You.
Congratulations, Commander. This
Another
looks
one
like
right
the
there.
first time we have found a red bacterium vesicula. Another entry for our codex. That's worth around 1
I
million.
feel like this is a far enough distance away that this should be fine.
Red bacterium vesicula has not previously been recorded by
Don't land on it. Now you have to wash your hands.
That's the first sample of bacterium vesicula collected, Commander. Now find another colony at least
Yeah,
500
we'll see if we get lucky. If we can manage to find those, then that'd be good. There's got insta-give 5 Cyclops interceptors, then go play something else when I don't want to spend time to lead. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's one way of doing it. Is that how you got all your money then, from fighting Darkoids? Alright. Big, nice, flat, open area with cracks. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard. Definitely not going to get turned around for that. Just gave my carrier 3 billion, no need to think about upkeep. Yeah, I don't really think about upkeep either, honestly.
moved far enough away. Now look for another.
Alright, so we're far enough away. See if we get lucky. I mean, the last patch is pretty obvious on the ground. I feel like the bacterium is probably going to be difficult. They're going to put it like somewhere further away, like right there. Aha! Nice. All right, so we got 2. Okay, once we learn how to stop. Did I scan you already?
You just found another.
Use a spot bacteria from ship, especially it's gray on white.
That's been logged in our codex, Commander. It's worth around 1 million credits if you collect a sample.
So how much data do you actually need to find to get like the 20 billion credit mark? So I know a lot of, or not billion credits, but I know a lot of commanders say they make like billions from exobio. So I'm wondering how much you'd actually have to scan for that. So we're only making like 6 million pop or 5 million a pop, whatever it is. Although it also depends on RNG for what you find on the planets. Now you said it's easier to spot in ships, but I feel like since this is such a big flat open plane, maybe we'll get lucky once we get the distance and just go a little bit further and find the last bit. Depends on your luck. For Reticula, you'll need many samples. Stratum and Tectonica, a lot less.
We're now at an appropriate distance to find a new colony of the species.
I'm amazed that we found it on the white planet, though. I figured this would be the much harder one. If anything, we can always call our ship back to us, too. Most of those earn billions quick, go for no locations of 19 mil bios, others go for possible locations in the black that no one discovered for that 5 times bonus. That's nearly 100 mil for one. That's how we ended up out here in the middle of nowhere. Well, plus I was doing the community event anyway, so it just sort of worked out that way, but... we have our final one. Worst biosync I ever had was like a diameter of 3 pixels on the entire planet. Still haven't found the sample. Found a planet we'll mostly overlook, so no stratum on it. Had 7 bio that paid 82 million before the bonus. Also, a lot of really easy ones are known planets. If you have like ED Copilot, it'll point you in the direction for like the first bit. Which I guess technically, since we have a running, commanders would be able to find these samples too. Alright, well we actually fully completed this planet. Been avoiding bacterium.
Nice. That sample will pay us a few credits when we cash it in. Looks like we have scanned all of the species of interest on this body, Commander.
Let's see here. You.
Ship recalled.
We'll just call it to us. Arriving in 12 seconds. So it's mostly luck then to get a ton of money if you're out in the middle of nowhere. So I keep finding Fonticulate and I found a lot of bacterium, but I haven't found any of the other stuff yet. Bacterium I usually just skip since it takes a while to actually locate. Tips though definitely helped a lot. Plus this planet being so flat. This would be a great one to colonize because it actually has enough place to build. Getting ready for my late shift from 1330 to 1900. Time about at work or in-game? I'm now 10 jumps out of the bubble. Found 3 planets of bio no one scanned and 92 million already. Wow.
Quasars are among the most luminous and powerful objects in the universe, and studying them...
3 systems, not 3 planets. Well, hope you have fun at work. People started nothing. Planet features that Edge can host. What? People started nothing. Planet features that can host stratum. Oh, people started marking the planets that have stratum on it. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I know there's a few next to Dacia that are worth like 90 million or something. This way you can predict planet have you previously discovered. Oh, is there a certain composition that has a higher possibility yield to it or something? Oh, is that what you were talking about the nitrogen earlier? Is it plugins that'll tell you the right way what a planet has?
Number 1, the power grid is stable.
Now, players go to specific planets with stratum, scan it, and claim their explorers. Composition, atmosphere, sun, it orbs, etc. I didn't realize all that. I'll have to look into it. Here we go way too fast. Hold on.
Orbital flight engaged. Surface scanned by 50.
Now entering orbital cruise for body 2B. This one's an icy body. Gravity is 0.08 G. Surface temperature is minus 218 degrees Celsius.
Surface scan complete.
2 biological
What do we
signals
get?
detected on body
Bacterium? Oh. Alright, fine. So we get the same everywhere. Well, I mean, good news is at least it's the day side. I have started my own spreadsheet in the past, nothing occurrences and planet features, but now anyone can use a companion app that does predictions for you, no need to even think. Yeah, I like ED Copilot because it'll at least like call it, hey, you need to move
In this region of space,
500 blah blah blah, and it'll tell you when you're far enough. That is the one nice feature instead of having to like get out, check,
we should be able to get
over
some
and over
amazing
again.
images from our telescopes.
chasing the game, you won't stay happy for long. I've chosen combat as my... It's not a crash. It's my primary career for a reason, so I keep learning new stuff. Nice, flat, desert-looking planet.
We have touched down. Commander, our first landing on this body.
Yeah, I like how much stuff Elite Dangerous also offers to do. Like, it's not always just like the same content over and over again.
Low gravity warning.
But the variety of people who like to do other stuff. Going to go off the assumption here that you are not going to be any different.
You just found another location for an amethyst Fonticulua campestris. That's been logged in our codex, boss. It's worth around 1 million credits if you collect a sample. Amethyst
Well,
Fonticulua
I mean, I guess if anything, we're at, what, 20 million?
recorded by Canon for this body
Primarily hunting for pirates or Thargoids. It's been a while since I fought Thargoids.
Fonticulua campestris collected, Commander.
I really liked them when they were like inside like the soul area because it was really fun and easy to harvest. Other people have been here for a while probably are tired of hearing it, but I think it'd be really cool if we had like a mode where we could have like a mix of 4 commanders on the ground and 4 in the air fighting Thargoids and like taking the fight to them or something. Just like a cool like unique new raid mode or something.
Now look for another sample.
I'm sure you are. That's because you don't want to play the game anymore. Out of all the people that you could be playing with,
Gravitational lenses
instead you're
go when the
alone on
gravity
Star Citizen.
like a galaxy bends the light from a more distant object. This can make the more distant object appear distorted or magnified.
Second sample.
Sample number 2.
Now move another 500
Oops.
meters from here and look for the third and final sample needed.
Take the fight to them as hard as we don't know where they're from. Well, I mean, if you think about it, they're all over the Pleiades sector, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they're centered somewhere around the Pleiades. Or have a major base around the Pleiades somewhere. So that's just a known fact that you can go over there and find Thargoids, so there has to be a reason why they're all out there.
Colony of the species, Commander.
Used to be their space, but not their home. I am loading a tank into my 890J hangar base so I can have a front rail turret that lifts up out of the bow. Well, that's one way to do it. Thargoids are from Redacted. Oh, are they in the California Nebula? Alright, we will attempt to see if we find bacterium. Last time it wasn't too bad.
Cash reward from Vista Genomics.
Actually, yes, you can get a railgun in Elite Dangerous.
Unknown species left to find and identify on this body, sir.
Hey, you get a Corvette! Wait, hold on, we got some... Oh, this one's gonna be a pain in the butt. Well, we found one blob. Guess we may as well, though. So far, the whole night's just been first footfalls. We haven't actually found much biodata.
Congratulations, Commander. This looks like the first time we have found a live bacterium vesicular. Another entry for our codex. That's worth around 1 million credits if you get a sample.
Did I ever scan that one?
Line bacterium vesicula has not previously been recorded by Canon for this body commander.
Of course it's not. We're the first ones to discover it. Keep up.
Sample of bacterium vesicula collected, Commander. Now
No.
find another colony at least 500 meters away.
Alright, 500 meters away. Drive towards the sun.
Location for a line bacterium vesicula. That's been logged in our codex, Commander. It's
I mean, good news is it's a nice big flat open plain.
Commander.
Put 6 railguns on a Conda and start having fun. And at least you do it in one of the few ways in SC you just do dumb things that might sometimes work. If you want good bio and need to filter the stars, you visit for the better ones. Honestly, I was mostly just doing it for exploration. I wasn't really doing it for credits. But what are the good stars? Alright, maybe bacterium's not as hard as I remember. This is actually going pretty quick. Or we're getting lucky because both this and the last planet were super flat. Which is probably a combination of the two.
Second bacterium vesicular sample collected. 1 to go. Now move.
SC lets you do dumb stuff as they don't really
sample.
have the gameplay. Players have to invent it. It's my goal. I'm just trying to find worlds around the galaxy. I don't really care too much about the credits. I have enough money that my fleet carrier will be paid for a long time. If I eventually get enough, I'll probably buy the squad carrier too. That way, if anyone needs help or a newer commander, they could borrow something. KFG are the best. OA and B might have something good. M and lower are too cold, mainly ice planets. Oh, really? That's good to know. They really failed that. All they had to do is make that a C. It would be so much easier. KFC. Alright. Sun's fading. Need a co-pilot. Now would be a great time to say, you've traveled far enough. I'll assume somewhere. Oh, whoa, whoa, hold on. Oh, also stupid Fonticula. Which, if anything, we could always recall our ship to us, too, and do the other method. Is that one right there? No. I didn't really think about the star types actually affecting the planets and the amount of resources that you'd find on them. That's a good point. Yeah, you tell him the little gun. Well, for one thing, Fonticula is definitely easy. External camera. You tell him about external camera. Place it up over the SRV? How do you do that? I've always just used the gun as a little camera. Oops. It's a attach camera. Aha! There we go. Problem is, though, you're stuck rotating it higher. Okay. Maybe if I attach, it might make it a little bit easier. And what do you do from here? Because the only way it works if I'm not attached. Because this goes into the free cam mode, but I don't know what you're... Oh, you're not talking about driving around with it. You're just talking about zooming out some. Gotcha, okay. I thought you were talking about driving with the free cam. Being able to, like, have a better visual while you're driving. I feel like it's got to be one, like, somewhere out here. Oh, you got to set up keybinds for that? That's good to know. Ooh. So there's a spot. But, where? Okay, so I just need to go to the left. Should be like this way, a little bit past those rocks, I believe. Yeah, I usually just use the turret mode because you can move around with it. I thought it was a spot at least, maybe not. A billion of those little mushrooms. Alright, so it must have been mistaken. I was thinking that I saw a dark patch, but... maybe that was just the sun going down in the zone. Well, if anything, I suppose we can always call our ship and see if we can have better luck. Yeah, because that's the edge, so it's not going to be down that way. I feel like it's gotta have a sample somewhere close by, though. So that's just the back of the fungi. Aha! There had to be one somewhere. Please tell me this is not the one that we found earlier. Nice! But the ironic thing is, we didn't even really mean to come to this system. I had to stop to go get fuel, and then I lost track of where my white dwarf was, so that I set a new route to the Soul Nebula. And then I went to this system after I had just discovered a whole bunch of other places. And then this one also was undiscovered, so that's how we ended up here. So I didn't even intentionally come to this system to find it. It works! But I did not mean to find it. But that's good to know about the KG. Yeah, KBG. So while we're out here, these would be the ones that have the highest yield then. So maybe we'll go to this one. Kind of along the way. My ship here yet? Didn't you say KGB? Is that not the ones that you said were good? Or was it a different set? Oh, KFG. Whoops. Should have known that. So I even made the joke about the KFC thing. B is big, but a bit young. Well, we have a few more planets to get here before I have to filter it anyways. We're almost done with this system, though. Those usually yield the most money. Is that why most people go to those stars? Is that what it was? Two, one. More chance of high metal planets, also water and ELW. Ah, Earth-like worlds, got it. Too close. Can't go to Earth-like worlds though, right? So that would just be for skating on the outside. Alright, halfway on our cooldowns. I bet so far you probably made way more than me. But you know what? We at least found some systems of our own. No, but rare discoveries, most explorers went many in their list. I think I might have found one Earth-like world. Don't you even orbital flight me. Alright, hold on. Come to the other side of the planet. What do you guys use to play the game with? Mouse and keyboard, controller, or flight sticks? Take a screenshot of every ELW I discover to keep track. How many have you found so far? It should be 100%. 40 plus? Oh, nice. Warthog, a HOTUS, and a throttle.
Complete.
Yep, nothing on this one.
Orbital flight engaged.
So far, I still use the X52 SATEC, so I know they're a little bit on the older side of things. Mouse and keyboard. I use keyboard and mouse because controllers are horrible to configure. Well, just so you know, if you did end up going with the controller route, you can save your keybind so you don't have to do it all over again. Though it sounds like you're comfortable playing with mouse and keyboard anyway, so it doesn't really affect you much. X52 is good. I'm on the T1600. Nice. And a buddy who always uses the dual stick method over HOTUS. Slow us down. Don't you crash into this world. What do you mean unsuitable? You just told me you were fine. Currently use HOTUS over HOTUS, at least for space games. Why? I assume it must give you like a little bit better controller or something, sort of like those big like industrial lawnmowers. So you never have like a HOTUS setup where, you know, it's like a boat where one hand just controls the throttle and the other one just steers it. So I assume there has to be a reason for it. Game also doesn't tell you which buttons you really need because I am flying without flight assist 90% of the time. I still have not gotten used to flying without flight assist. Drive assist is a different question though. Man, that should just be removed from the game. Completely useless. Some people swear by being able to mine better having flight assist off. Throttle hand also handles thrust in all directions. Yeah, but you see on my I guess the throttle hand. It has a little hat button that I control all my throttle through just like a little switch at the top, so I do the same thing.
Loading cambridge.
Some people are in on the Fs or FA off cult. Flight assist is completely broken. You can chase elite Vipers in a freaking Conda. Yeah, I'm sure it gives you better control compared to flying with it off. It's easy with it on, though. I did too with my throttle buttons, but I wanted granular control. Fair enough. The infos we were talking about earlier tonight, but I think for October I'm going to introduce Chronos New Dawn, Prey, and like a couple other like sci-fi games to play alongside Elite Dangerous for the October months to add in a little bit of horror elements. Also, after trying it once in a fighter, I was like, I'm never going back to space games. Back in a space game. Well, Sable was nice enough to hook me up with his old set. that's how I ended up with these. You need to understand what flight assist off is doing to limit your input accordingly. You basically never thrust the entire time and just let it slide. Not going too fast. Come on now. But now.
Surface scan complete.
Nothing. Take that. So what's your guys' opinions, profit-wise? Is it still more profitable to mine versus explore or combat? So I think so far, yeah, depending on your luck and if you're just going to known place or not, mining still might inch out a little bit better profit per hour. Unless you're fighting Thargoids, then that's a different story. But against pirates, I don't really feel like you make that much. Although it could just be, you know, not going to the right systems. Mining also a lot more boring. Some people like the chill atmosphere of mining. See where we end up with. I will say though, mining definitely doesn't get your name on the map. Exploring, yeah, you can actually have your name permanently added in. First 1 or 2 hours after 5s, it's super boring. Well, as an elite combat pilot, the rest feels more like work. Not going too fast. Come on. You gotta go to areas where there are factions willing to pay big money on wing contracts, then you get paid for the mission, and then the bounties also stack on those missions. Yeah. But if you're playing by yourself, it takes a very long time to get a lot of those wing contract missions done. For the large ones, sometimes you'll get lucky and there's like, kill 14 people. Usually it's like, kill 70 something. So I do think unless you're going for it, yeah, pretty really. Actually, I still have a lot of contracts. I didn't say they weren't easy. I just said there's a lot of contracts that are kill a lot of ships. And it definitely goes faster when you have groups. I'm comparably poor to begin with because I fly for Aisling. You know, I think we actually signed up for Aisling originally. Or no. I signed up for Li Young because he had the discounts and I was satisfied with it. Then the people I played with were upset that Capricorn B could no longer go to. So then we decided against it. So then we tried Aisling out. But you were spending hours out here in La La Land. Who cares how much time it takes just for fun? I didn't say it wasn't fun shoot the things. I just said it takes a while. And I'll add the same argument I made against the mining. Technically, exploring is the only way to get your name on the map. This is the one that actually changed stuff with. What squadron you with? Well, currently I'm in a dead one that my friends used to play in, but they don't seem to play anymore. So I'll probably make my own one eventually. But it's called the Dynamite Division. It's just I'm the one who plays. But you see, Cray, that's where you can go into core mode and you can blow stuff up. Or you can get blown up. Yeah, I'll probably see if I can get him to hop on eventually. What do you mean you guys just started one? Started an Elite Dangerous again, Cray? I was thinking about leaving this one and making a new one anyways, but I might try your advice and see if I can convince Dravos to download the game just to transfer. Can do a lot with squadrons these days. I would recommend joining a major squadron. Home direction. Yeah, but I usually only play with viewers, so I don't really know a bunch of random people in squadrons. Alright, now this world looks like a world that's going to have a lot of bacterium. And we are going to try to get us a good squad carrier. How much money you got in this game, Cray?
Surface scanned by 50.
For someone who always has issues with it, that's going to be a very expensive, very expensive feat. View bill at the moment. So you're kind of close.
Surface scan complete.
Alright, so no bacterium. You landable. Nope. I do think they're wrong one, but we should be able to get inside the system at them. Boom, 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 you. I have hundreds of hours in this game. I know, but you always talk trash about it. 25 billion is going to take a long time to grind out, though. Or you could join another Thargoid invasion and start trying to kill all of them. The two-ring system? Maybe it's a one-ring. So far, we've only actually found one planet with a ring. Commander names? I'm Cretaceous Acid. So the name at the top. I originally had this game. Oh, whoa, let's not pass too fast. There we go. I originally had this game on Epic, and then we ended up swapping over to Steam. And I thought my name was blocked, but it was only blocked because I took it. So then I had to be Cretaceous on this one. Most games I'm either Jurassic or Cretaceous. A lot of games have a profanity filter that my name triggers, so yeah, that's like my default name that could actually be used. Oh, 70, what? Who told you to not be finished? Cretaceous is my default if the other name is blocked. But I figured Jurassic's easier for everyone to spell, so that's why I use that for my channel names. I was originally going to be Cretaceous because I thought the dinosaurs, you know, bigger dinosaurs would be cooler. Well, that's different. Geysers. Oh, you stupid geologicals. They did not copy Star Citizen's monetization model at all.
Orbital flight engaged.
Like, nowhere near as predatory. The difference between this game and Star Citizen, 3 months later, that ship that people don't want to spend real money for, it'll be available in-game. My commander name is Secret. I'm hunted by Jeb Archer. Is that because your name is Shadow Mystery? It's, I mean, I guess you can call it pay to play with like the newer ships instantly, but they actually sell them in-game, and it's a price that people can actually afford to get within 2 weeks of playing. Let's say you had 0 credits within 2 weeks, you should be able to afford most of the ships that come out new. Roughly. Yeah, I think the Clipper was like the most expensive one so far, like 265 million, but everything else has been, I think the mainline is what, like 40 million or so? Now, if you're wanting to see all the new stuff instantly, then that's a little bit different story, but yeah, comparing the two different games, one has ships come out for thousands of dollars, and it takes a whole lot of hours to grind out to earn that ship. And most of the time that ship's not available in-game easily, versus this one, which is completely different. Just look at the last trade CG. Yeah, but how long do you wait for ships in Star Citizen, Cray? And on top of that, how much time does it actually take to farm up the money to buy those new ships? Yeah, that's what I'm getting about. This one does make you wait, but it is way, way easier to afford the new ships, especially if you're just fine waiting. If you're not fine waiting and you want to just buy instantly, that's a totally different story. 3 to 6 months? Yeah, but how long would it take you to grind out to earn a Polaris in-game? Or an Idris. Let's use the Idris as an example for the 3 to 6 mark rule. That's why I say these games' monetization policies are way different. Because they're copying SC at this point. I wish SC would copy FDev and make it their system. It would be so much more consumer friendly. If it's less bad, they are shooting for the stars. Well, we'll see which one has actual base building first. But everyone said SC will eventually kill Elite. They've been saying that for years. Speaking of that, that is so weird about what we had earlier tonight. Yeah, I kept crashing at planets, and it must have been OBS, because ever since that update fixed whatever was going on, I haven't like had any like major issues in this game. I just thought about that. Play Elite for the space flight, not for the base building. Well, base building's not out yet. Let me shoot my probe, please.
Surface scan complete.
I think that is a separate ring. Elite kind of has already with the colonization. Yeah, but I feel like they need to like revamp colonization or do something cooler with it. Is that considered a double void opal hotspot? I mean, it's 0.5 away, so... Because then I have to fly over closer to it and see. See makes you feel like a spaceman, but Elite has the BGS background sim power play and the long-term side of playing. For example, it takes 4 to 7 days to win a war with one faction things. Only if they overlap, not separate ones. I have to see how close they are. Might had a few shots over. That appeals to me, though. Weren't you just making the argument that you put 100 hours into this game? So apparently it did appeal to you. I think someone's just a hater. Only played for the space combat because everything else was boring. Yeah, I feel like if they tweaked the ground combat, it would be a little bit different. And that is true, and that's why they're different games. Although I find fighting Thargoids really fun. Not just because it pays well, because it's just a really cool thing. I do think a lot of the stuff from the Thargoid War they should bring to like normal gameplay. Like imagine an anarchy system, or a system that's like currently going into anarchy. You could have like rescue missions where you're trying to like rescue civilians from a station that's currently like under attack by the pirates, and they're like setting the place on fire, and you see smoke everywhere, and that station's like currently disabled because of it. And then you could have like the same rescue type areas where you're like grabbing those civilians and trying to jump to the system over. And pirates could like interdict you because they're really being aggressive in that system. So then it would sort of have like that same interdiction feeling that the Thargoids were giving you during the Soul conflict. You just hated Odyssey because it didn't include your VR stuff. A lot of people came in, killed pirates, so they get a conda and feel like they have beat the game. And now on the battleship, never touched much else. Elite has so much more to offer. You know, ironically, I still never bought a conda. I have a Corvette. I have a cutter. I just never bought one. That one, and then over here. Heard many say they beat the game by getting a conda. I think that's mainly because it's such like a large flagship ship that they're just going to instantly think that they don't have anything else to progress in. Kinda cheeks, good axe multi-roll, but that's about it. It used to be good for exploration too, except for the fact that it was so large that it'd be hard to like find places to land. That too, but I had so many issues with Odyssey, it split already fractured community into even more scattered places, so you chance of seeing each other players come and leave from ports, it was a sad thing. It was good for long jumps. Mainly is better now. Well, not just that, the mainly is smaller, so it's able to land in more places without being yelled at by, oh, this needs to actually have a landing spot. Honda Civic. If I ever bought an Anaconda, I'll be sure to name it that. I think the Corsair has the best... Alright, you scanned a little bit. I think the Corsair has the best cockpit view, but it's not good at jump range or anything else. That's going to hit the ring. Plus, it was buggy more than I have not been stoked. Alright. Are you talking about bugs, citizen? I think you dropped the whole bug thing, swapping from this to that. Still the best at view. I don't know if I own one. I'll have to look and see. I enjoy Star Citizen, but I'm not one of the ones to go to lie to people. That game has a ton of bugs, and it's so unoptimized. And they even know it's unoptimized. They even literally say, oh, well, we're going to have to sit here and spend time to figure out how to make it so it's more GPU heavy. It's like, really? A game designed for heavy graphics, and you're just now figuring out that you should do that? But I digress. Alright, so that's by itself. Yeah, I don't think we found anything special here. I really like the Corsair's cockpit though. That one has like the most like old school fighter vibe. See, is the game designed for getting money from players the only reason? I think Star Citizen is closer to like a meta world than what Facebook is trying to make. I think Star Citizen will do better than that. Just start saving this world too. That way I can know where I've actually been. Corsair has the iCourier cockpit. Didn't it like it in there too? Supposedly the Type 11 is going to come with a new cockpit. Alright, so you said... Yeah, G was on your list. We'll go to G. It's the worst that could happen. It's all glass? Yeah, but it sort of gave like the old school, like 1940s, like military propeller fighter cockpit view. I think that's why I liked it. It sort of gave that vibe to me. Not necessarily a space vibe, but more of like an airplane vibe. Alright, the real question, has anyone ever been here? That's a good sign. Very good sign. Oops. Feel more like a helicopter cockpit? Yeah, I can see that. Oh my god, 33 systems. So when I was making a video on how to actually like find stuff outside of here, I never found systems that had like this many planets. I kept finding like ones that had like 13, so I was happy with 13. I'm really surprised that we keep finding 30s or 24s and like all super huge big numbers. I was not expecting that. What all externals do you run? I have ED Copilot, Voice Attack, and then I use StreamerBot to read the files for Elite Dangerous Journals to update on the screen. Oh, it EDHM for my HUD. So that includes like the different detailed surface, or not detailed, the FFS scanner, how it has like different wavelengths. That's from the EDHM. Good to assume some's blocked by the sun. Two biologicals, so there is some sort of life here. What about you? What third-party tools do you use? I know someone was recommending me something, but I've got to look it up and see what it was again. It was something for exploring, though. Have you guys found a use for geologicals? The person who was originally showing me how to do the exploring thing, they said geologicals were worthless, so never actually bothered like looking for any of them. Although at some point in time, I think I like ED Copilot and Voice Attack the most, which I guess Voice Attack's not really Elite Dangerous exclusive, but makes it easier whenever you're going to a place that you actually know how to pronounce. All these like random places out in the middle of nowhere though, I have no clue if it would ever be able to understand where I'm trying to go. Gears are only to fill the codex. We can get some raw mats from them too. Alright, so yeah, they're kind of useless then. So we got that signal. Copilot and ED Discovery. Oh, yeah, it was Observatory the best. I haven't actually used Observatory, but that was the one that I was told to download. This is found under B? Doesn't look like it. I mean, I guess we'll be bumping into that planet eventually anyways. It's good for exobio and just finding specifics in general. Is that good for, like, known places, or is it good for out in the middle of nowhere, too? Wait, hold on. You missed the gas giant a few times already? Yeah, I think I got the one you were talking about. Ah, so it's found in the A system. A lot of people said KGB foam stars and never even get the full discovery experience. Yeah, that's why I usually try to avoid KGB foam, because I just assume most people would go to these stars at some point. Alright, so let's see this monster of a system. Well. So we had a K. Oh, we had two different Ks, actually. So I guess we can start with the top row and then go... Maybe we'll start with the bottom of this, get the big one, boom, boom, grab. No. Yeah, bottom of this, that, you, and then jump. Or no, that, there, and then boom. I think that'll be the best route. We'll see if we get any more money at this place. I think we're still getting a lot of icy worlds, though. Oh yeah, and I guess technically Toby Eye Checker too, but I still need to recalibrate mine and get it set up properly for Elite Dangerous. Most planet in the galaxy are ice. Observe is good for out in the black where no one's been, scans the system for you, and looking at a better analysis of what the system offers. Ooh, really? Yeah, I'll most definitely check that plugin out then. So, I mean, ED Copilot's nice, but it only really helps when you're at a system that's, you know, like, been known. But other than that, it doesn't really, like, tell you too much information. I'm going too fast again, hold on.
Orbital flight engaged. Surface scanned by 15%. Surface scan complete.
Perfect. Nothing on this rock. Landable? It is. And more non-human signatures. It's kind of crazy how many non-human signatures we've been finding. So, when you say it scans the system for you, like, you don't have to do your D-scan, it just automatically, like, pulls it from the journal or something? Perfect. And I hate icy worlds too. You D-scan it, it tells you what each is from there, then you can FS scan or DSC the good ones. That's cool. So we're going for a full completion of a system. It doesn't really matter too much, but if you're going for more for just like straight on credits, it sounds pretty useful. What about you guys? Do you guys spend the time to actually like go get all your first footfalls, or you just skip to the planets that actually matter? I think it's kind of cooler if you like fully 100% complete a system. Although I know a lot of commanders just pop in and have their name on a few systems, so I assume they're the ones that are going for money over completionist. We'll probably be finishing it off once we get done with this system. Only land for bios, got it enough. First footfalls. Does it track in-game? Anywhere where your first footfalls are? Oh, and your codex. I don't think I have too many.
Orbital flight engaged. Surface scanned by 50%.
Surface scan complete. Only numbered on locations? Yeah, I kind of figured that part. That's interesting. Should be able to pull that data too then. I don't think, well, before I didn't have too many first footfalls, but obviously we found a decent tonight. Hey, how's it going? No, don't you bail us, there we go. I guess tonight, what, we made 40 footfalls already so far? Plus 30, so I guess I'll have 70 just from tonight's one stream. Goes well, almost off work. Oh, congratulations. Storing hundreds of locations will get costly. What do you mean costly? Some planets are only found around some special stars. Each time you go to a new region, you turn on each star type specific by itself, and you get every star type. Doing that, you will. Oh, big file sizes? Not too worried about the file size in this game. It's actually not that big. What if you clear it from your computer, though, if it still stores in their memory, or if, like, let's say the person who founded Capricornia B, if he deleted his data, would it just not exist anymore? That's the easiest system I can think of off the top of my head. It needs a source somewhere, so I don't think FDev wants to do it. Maybe. But I don't know, like, for people who, like, delete their accounts, if that would actually, like, transfer over or not. Because if not, then, like, I'd be storing your data on my system, too. Because everywhere that you've been, I have the data of saying that you've been to blah, blah, blah system. Your data is instantly stored on Frontier servers even before you turn it in. Yeah, I kind of thought that too. If not, then you'd be holding everyone's data in the whole game, since they're the ones who, like, discovered a system. Your stats are in the server? Yes, they have to store some sort of data. I don't know. I don't know how they do it. And then got slingshotted. Well, we never made it, but there is the Heart and Soul Nebula, all the way over there. We just keep finding a whole bunch of undiscovered systems. You have to look into that, because I mean, I know you also store a certain amount of data every time you, like, turn credits in or something. Usually that has to get reset, but you should have a little file that's, like, slowly growing every time you make money in this game too. Oh, that's way too fast. 100%. I mean, we got our scan complete. Not like they need to store much data about systems that was already generated. See the Frontier API, I'm guessing it's a very boring SQL database. I mean, honestly, a lot of the files can be written for like very small amounts of data. I think a lot of them are like 2 kilobytes when I was looking through to find like the journal logs. Like if someone were to ever like delete the game, Frontier sort of still has to keep the data on their side. So I don't know how much data they actually stored. Small files for each committee, it adds up. Yeah, definitely would. I agree with you there. Frontier is an old company, so take that into consideration. I don't know how many people it crosses over into, but next month they'll be having their Jurassic World Evolutions 3 come out. So I'm curious if they put the new Dinosaur Park builder out, if they're going to like focus more into Elite Dangerous, or how it's going to affect their schedule. Sound like the average player does a lot, and there isn't a lot of players much anymore. Oh no, I think they usually have what, like 2,000 or so active people. Look to the dark side of the planet. Honestly, I just sort of end up here all the time. I don't have anything better to say except for I just end up here. I know in the file database they have one specifically for combat, mining, and exo biodata. I don't have my counter working for the exo. Oh, and systems too. They're all stored in different journal locations. But like, when I mine, I have it. Hold on. So I can do like that, and it has like individuals, so the game's smart enough to separate the limpets in the file from like the amount of cargo that you have and how much like ore that you should be able to earn per session, which that's just a little bit extra math for it. So they don't store all that. Then same for combats, they actually have it separated for vouchers, bounties, and bonds. So that's all stored locally inside of your own system per gameplay session. Jump tracking is in the game, but first footfalls they don't store. I did exit my ship, right? Just in case if not. I feel like with no atmosphere, we would be able to jump much higher. Yeah, the journals are super small file size. Planet has gravity. That stops you from jumping too high? Ah, yeah, I didn't think about the gravity part. I know I've said it a few times, but I really like this HUD for exploration ships. I wonder why they never actually made their own custom color set per ship. So, I mean, obviously EDHM is possible, so they could have like full on like had a whole like Imperial color theme, Federal color theme, like industrial color theme. They could have done that. Nobody thinks of gravity until. See, that's why we brought a shield. Doesn't track admin and name changes, architect, none of that. Oh, you're talking about the API? That might be tracked inside of your status, Jason. Because your game will have to read. Oh, you're talking about for journals. I'm not entirely sure, though, how this ties into, like, the previous event that they did. Like, the last one was kind of straightforward. Go there, follow this person's trail. But I don't see how the biodata is really, like, moved over too much from it. Oh, no. Geological satellite. I don't care about you. I was thinking we had biologicals for a second. Not laying on the bright side of the sun, or moon, rock. Speaking of that, I need to pay attention more to the cycles of real events here and see if I actually find anything cool to show on telescopes. That might be a couple cool videos too. Brilliant, so we have tons of information about biodata in planets to guess. Hold on, I missed it. To guess what is going on in the planets on the permit log. It doesn't exactly tie its new data, might help understand the scan from the locked areas. They might add some story later to it. Yeah, but I noticed a lot of these like scan near the system. You can just go scan wherever you went, then it still counts. I don't know if this one's going to be different, but usually you can scan wherever and it still gives you credit. And then you have a lot of the commanders who, you know, just want the very small bit of credits they'll do one system and call it good. Or one planet. New data is worth more in the CG. Yeah, I saw that, so I'm kind of curious to see like how much this will actually earn us, because I assume it would be a little bit more than like normally turning it in. Data from the bubble pays less. So like my 5 million stuff that I found might get multiplied a little bit higher then. You have landed next to the ugliest looking rock possible. Can't believe we were actually getting so many systems landable. Old CGs pay different rewards for tiers, and it gave your player a reason to try harder. Yeah, I did notice some of these have been a little bit more, like, open. I'm really surprised that they got rid of the, like, the journal log so quickly. I thought that would have been going on for, like, at least 3 or 4 weeks. Normally their events are much longer to give people actual time to do it. Like, this one's for 2 weeks. That makes sense to me. But like the tracking the ship thing, especially since it was like such an RNG thing, if you actually like, you had to be there at a certain time for it to work. Very weird. Now it's participation rewards. Yeah, it does seem like a lot of stuff you can like literally just do like the bare minimum. Like, I guarantee you some people are going to scan one planet, turn that data in, and then they'll get, you know, you're in the top 99%. Too fast.
Surface scan complete.
You top 75% for the scanner, but that's not a lot of scans. Well, and the scanner is very common. Like, yeah, you can get it at the Torval Mining Corp for like very few amount of credits, so it's not like I can't earn it myself in game, even if I wasn't doing it. I just had planned to do an exploration stream anyways, and it it worked out perfect that it happened at the same time this event came. You can, but new players don't have the mats to buy it. Oh, I didn't think about that, having to need the material for it. And some are too lazy to get the materials. Yeah, I could see that being an issue too. Well, most of us just literally going and buying the materials from a fleet carrier at this point. Some stuff you can, but like 90% of it you can.
Surface scanned by 50%.
I was really hoping you were about to say 100%. Have you tried using the HCS voice packs yet? I was really considering going for Commander Worf. No, not the engineering materials. Those are the ones that they'd actually have to grind for. But a lot of like the pre-engineered stuff, or like at the Torval Corp, it's mostly stuff that you can buy, and then like one or two engineering materials like trickled in. Or at least for a lot of the lasers. I don't know about the voice attack doesn't want to understand me well. Have you tried to gone through the training program with it? I know with my old microphone, I had issues where my microphone really had a hard time being able to pick up like the R sound. So you might be able to find words that it's able to like pick up consistently, and then just change the alias to something that you're able to say. Done the trading a few times? Gotcha. No, ED Copilot had a while before I could figure out how to get it synced up with everything too. Yeah, it's still turned on too. She's just not talking. Strange is I don't have a heavy accent. Well, it might not be you. Like, I don't know what kind of microphone you have, but I know like Blue Yetis, for example, my microphone, the way it was just designed as a condenser microphone, it wouldn't start picking up until the first few syllables of the words were out. So like, it's raining today. The microphone would pop up S rating today, and that's what the voice program would read as S rating today. So I had to find, not necessarily for voice attack, but just like these kind of programs in general. Guess we'll get that spot. I don't really care about it. I have these on the backside. There's a lot of like very weird alias things that you're able to do to make it work much better, that I found at least. Or I can be like everybody else, be like, oh, Well, go buy a $500 mic. That's clearly what's your issue. But I don't find those people helpful at all, so I'm not going to do that. But I was really debating because they have a Commander Worf thing, and I feel like that'd be really cool. What is his name? Marco Dorn? I think that's what it is. Should be the final probe. Yeah, there we go.
Scan complete.
Alright, so we'll do that, and then we'll go to this one and work our way down, and then we'll go all the way over to this dude out in the middle of nowhere. And slowly start working our way back. Ah, 5,000. I knew there would be a system that would eventually have everything super far away. These are the ones you gotta watch out for, because they'll sit there and trick you into jumping from star to star, planet to planet, then eventually you'll be either having to jump out and jump back in for fuel, or to leave the area. Turn. Slow down some. And thanks for all the commanders who stuck around for tonight's journey. I appreciate the support. And for all the support that you guys have shown recently on YouTube. It's been amazing. Definitely have to check out that ED Discovery app, especially while this community event's going on. %? 20%. Alright, so got that. You.
Surface scan
53.
5%.
60. It's not too bad for a first shot. And then that, I think, should circle around and get kind of close to the middle area. We'll see how far. It's got to be somewhere else on the sides that we're missing, though. Unless that's 40%. And, I mean, it is kind of a large circle. So we'll try one crazy shot. That theoretically will loop back down, though. And hopefully hit roughly in the middle. Or we'll fly around. Kind of close. Alright, yeah, we'll fly around. So we'll do that. Really excited to see how much we actually make towards the end of this. Alright, so 88%. piece right there should be the rest that we need. Especially this whole wider radius probe. Be much harder to have all this pristine stuff without it. ED Discovery has an organics panel that tracks your bio with the exact prices. So do you recommend ED Discovery over ED Observery? Observery? That's how you call it. "33 systems. Can't believe out of all the systems, like, out in the middle of nowhere, we keep finding, like, these large ones. I was looking forever for a system to colonize with this, but I ended up getting really lucky and finding one, like, next to Capricorn, because I figured, you know, it's really close to the place that I always am. Never use the others. Most give you too much data. I prefer to discover stuff and not be given the data. Fair enough. So far, I've only ever really used ED Copilot and, well, obviously, Inara. I guess EDHM, but that's not really for anything to really help you in game. It's mostly just for colors. Although I used to really love being able to, like, turn some stuff off on my HUD. That way I could see much easier in combat. But they got rid of that feature. Too fast.
Flight engaged. Surface scanned by 50%.
So go to for axe shards or gauze. I have a bunch of gauze cannons. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have gauze. What about you? What do you prefer? Sniperman. Although I was thinking about trying to grab like other Guardian tech at some point too. I am currently on HOTUS. I have the X-52 SATEC. Buddy of mine gave me his old pair, and they do fantastic. What kind of horrible planet is this? Can you tell me? I wonder if I can squeeze in and land right here. That might be flat enough. Last time we did it, I was being trained to solo them. But I think I can solo up to Basilisk or Medusa. I can't remember, one of those two. It's been a long time since I've done Thargoids though, so I'd definitely be a little rusty. Nah, this is just geology. There goes. Yeah, I was just going for the quick land and popping in and out, getting the first discovery and leaving. Once you get it down, you'll not get hit. You can kill them all, just takes depending on how much damage you do while not getting hit. Do you just insta-give them in a Conda, or do you use like a Crate Phantom and actually fight them? One time I was doing this and I didn't turn my night vision back on when I went to take off. I thought I was aimed towards the next planet I was going to, which technically I was, but I didn't think about it. Or, not the Crate Phantom, the, Crate Mark II. You could call it Mustang. Mustang doesn't like Thargoids. He ran away last time we fought him. These two right next to each other again? I guess they are. Yeah, I'm not sure if this system had like anything good for biological data. I think it maybe one place had it, but it had a lot of geological data. Pretty sure Thargoids now.
Surface
Oh,
scan.
pretty sure Thargoids know me and fear me? Is that what you meant?
Surface scan complete.
Once again, 2 geologicals. You made 20 billion! So you got enough to buy the squad carrier for us then, Mustang.
Orbital flight engaged.
Use one hand to type sometimes. You have an iPhone or an Android? I'll judge you if you pick incorrectly. Ah, one of them. I've always had Android. It's so much better. Swipe and everything's just boom, very easy. And they don't actually restrict things. I've been Android for like up to 2018. Was the Phantom used for PvP because it was cooler? Is that why people used it? This is the most sherbet looking world. It's not unstable. There's geysers all over the place, but it's fine. Alright, fine. Maybe I'll move around some. Perfect. Somehow managed to make it useful. Be an interesting ship to fight in. All depends on your outfitting. And your engineering. Which is one thing that I do think separates a lot of people. Yeah, I don't want to get too close to that. Well, we found geysers all over the place. Is that thing literally trying to soak us? Scan these with a comp scanner not on foot? Oh. Guess I could do that real quick since I landed right next to him. I don't know if we ever actually been to a place with geologicals. I usually always skip it. Might have. Drive right over the geyser? Yeah, that doesn't seem like a very smart idea. But if I die, then I'll lose everything. Won't die, huh? Try to land on the wheels, less damage? Yeah, you guys really building up the confidence for this. Hey! Yeah, I made 50 grand. I'm rich tonight. I can't see a single thing. Okay, so I'm just slowly going down. Soft, easy landing. 800 meter small jump. Nah, it did take a minute. Thankfully, I still had a little bit of boost. But over 2 kilometers? Wow. Yeah, my hull didn't take any damage. I gave it some boost before I hit the ground. Probably do more damage trying to get in my ship than the geyser. We're close enough to the ship. Come on now. Well, I guess if anything, we could at least say we made 50 grand. We're rich. One of these days, we're going to find something more than a non-human signature, or whatever it was. Alright, so this now... Do I start with the big planet and go down, or do I start with these and go up? Look at the right side under fuel. There's a board ship led, no need to guess. Honestly, I just usually let the SRV roll forward a little bit, and then I just board whenever it's rolling through. Wish we could name systems and even planets, it would have been more immersive. I feel like people ruined it, and that's why they didn't do it that way. No. Yeah, because that's where I am. Yeah, exactly. The same reason why they don't allow people to, like, name colonies anymore. Or not colonies, but whatever you call them. Faction groups? The names are by NASA science community style. In Mustang's defense, I could kind of see him arguing that, you know, they could keep the immersiveness by allowing their naming scheme for the planetary stars. Like, that makes sense. And then once you actually enter the system, if you're the first one to discover it, it would be kind of cool if you could name the planet, since technically they already have like a scientific name for immersion, and then if you're the first one to discover it, you know, it'd be like you're discovering a new species, so you call it whatever you want. So if you follow that kind of logic, I could kind of see why. 416,000. Yeah, it's always because people ruin things. Glad this thing has fuel for days, but man, this is one of those systems that I was trying to avoid. It's really simple. I think it's more of a code issue. I don't think so, because you can pay to name your station game, so I think their code works just fine. It's just they don't trust people's naming. I will say it's very impressive that the Mandalay can do this, and then you can just let off your all the controls and just let it stick to a straight line, and it mostly sticks to that same spot. So when an FDev will have a full-time job checking the reports as many people report stuff they don't like and not only profane. Well, good news is we still have over half. Yeah, but what he's getting at is you gotta pay someone for it. And to them, that probably seems like a silly waste of money to have to pay someone to police people's words. That was a really far ways away. If I let you change the name of the system already named in many science databases. Well, I wasn't vouching for the whole change of name. That was a mistake. I was vouching for keep the database name, but change planet names that you find inside. So then it's sort of the best of both worlds. That is a really small planet for a giant ring. Is that planet even centered in the ring? Guess it is. Maybe it's bigger than I think.
Surface scan complete.
Looks awfully small though.
Surface scan complete.
We get anything cool? No, not really. It's always worth it, just in case you have to find like the world's newest, best mining spot. Although I don't think even if we found one, people would come this far to mine. I guess someone might though. People who really like it might just grab a fleet carrier and take the time. That's what I did to Parrot's Head, so I could see people doing it. Yeah, I'm not sure why they got rid of faction naming.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Alright, so that'll be the 5th probe. We'll see where we're at from there. That will determine if we want to go the other route. Too much applications for one guy to handle? Well, it's because people don't know how to behave. Let's be real. And I'm sure it was because of the applications too, but yeah, I bet most of it's because they got tired of having to literally deal with a whole bunch of inappropriate names. Everyone had affection themselves. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised the partner program doesn't let us do that.
Surface scan complete.
Oh, you're talking about to have the naming filters thing? I think if they were able to get the AI to like filter out a lot of stuff, they probably could do it. But yeah, it would be a lot of work. Not even close. What are you talking about, Mustang? There'll be a lot more systems being named, and someone will have to check it. Almost definitely. Like, for example, the place that I've been. I'm one commander, and that means I could name 33 planets in this one system. Well, that might get them a little bit more interested. It's kind of disappointed that you had to pay ARC to name your colony facility. Station is 5K, system will do 25K. I'm still sticking with probably a planet would be more likely than a system. The system, it would be a lot more complicated, so you would have to change everybody's name, but if you just did the planets, I don't think it would be too bad. Imagine paying money and choosing profane names, you lose money, and but SIG is not the one that would be banning the name, that would be FDev. Look at this traitor over here. Sure it can. SIG can ban performance. I said Thali. Yeah, didn't you know? Thali or not? Well, if anything, we most definitely completed the community event tonight. Didn't find any, like, new or huge mining spots. We did find a bunch of first discoveries, though. And a whole lot of planets. I'm gonna make a bet now. When I make a video on that Ollie from Mike Tyson, did you see that he's supposedly going to be fighting, was it Floyd Mayweather? I don't remember who, but apparently he's going to be lining up for his next big fight. I guess we'll be able to find out if his fight against Jake Paul was really rigged, if he was just tired because they put him at the last slot possible, or if he's really just old. He's lost to a YouTuber. He's going for small pro fighter. Yep. Technically well, yeah, he's going for the retired guy. But yes, his next fight is technically lined up already. Although some people pointed out that it did seem kind of a rigged fight, so I could still kind of get behind that based on what I've seen. But then if I also think about biology-wise, they chose to have an older guy be the final lineup in a, you know, fight, where he's probably going to be tired just from the time of day anyways. And then on top of that, you know, obviously, like a 30-year age gap or whatever.
Surface
Yeah, they just did everything possible to have it not make sense. Of course he's after money. Which I think he said, what, like 10, 15 years ago that he lost the will to fight and it was just doing it for money anyways. Like, I think that's actually like a direct quote from something he said. Bed is going. Have a good night, Mustang. I'll be going to bed soon. It's been a long night of stuff. Careful with Tyson, we lost him. And that's why I don't know. It could be rigged. How much money does an old man need? He made millions in his career. Well, you see, that's the difference between someone who makes the money and invests it, and makes the money and, well, it has fun with the money while they have it. I don't know if he still has all those millions or if he spent it on recreational activities. And tigers. I think that's the most polite way to say it. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind looking at tigers, but I don't think I'd ever own one. Maybe like a bobcat or like a cat or something, but yeah, tigers are a little bit less trainable, I think. Although they have had tigers for a while in other countries, so they probably could be domesticated. Cheetah maybe? Here they're like house cats. Yeah, I've seen that too. I feel like that they would get bored and start chewing up a whole bunch of stuff, sort of like a real active dog though. But I bet they probably could be domesticated. Although that begs the question, why has no one ever actually tried to domesticate a cheetah? They're so fast, if they actually like were able to domesticate them, I feel like they would be a really good hunting partner, because then they could literally track down anything that you're trying to hunt. And you can't, you need to keep active so they don't ruin stuff. Three, two, one. Some keep it as a pet, too big to be domesticated. I mean, maybe. I feel like zoos basically domesticate every pet that they, or every animal that they have is mostly domesticated. Now, is that intentionally? I wouldn't necessarily say that, but I feel like a lot of those kind of animals get domesticated just by the sheer mass of people that they see on a daily basis, that they just sort of get used to it. Sort of like a dog, if you socialize it versus if you don't socialize it, they're just unintentionally getting socialized even if they're being in an exhibit. So you step in and don't look and become a tiger's lunch. Maybe. I feel like there's more articles about killer whales than tigers. But maybe that's because whales are, well, less predictable. That's a cool looking planet. I like that blue. See how much we're gonna need. 12%. 14. I'm gonna end up in this ring. This isn't like a month or two ago where a tiger killed a zoo worker. Oh. Never mind. Grab that ring while we're here.
Surface scan complete.
So that probe should hit. Made pretty good progress tonight, though. A lot of systems. And I appreciate that tip on finding more valuable worlds, too. Who knows, maybe on Thursday I'll just, like, finish up the exploration out here. Because it is going to be a long flight back.
Surface scanned by 50%.
$78, so we just need that one. Let's see, is it going to hook into where we need? Oh, surprised they didn't give us credit. All right, hold on. So we need one more probe then. Are we at 80? Yeah, 85. Nothing. Okay. I feel like they could have at least given us like a percent. I really thought that was going to take us at least to 90. There we go. Here's the big piece that we missed. $17 probes is what they recommend, and looks like we're about to get it at about 9 or so, maybe 10. Wait for it. There we go. Aha, there we go. 100%. Alright, Commanders, it's starting to get a little late, and I don't want to risk all this data, so I am going to be ending the stream here. Thanks so much for all the Commanders who've shown the support tonight. You guys have been amazing. Let's see if I can find someone to raid. I don't know if anyone's up at this time. I think next Thursday we'll finish out our exploration while we're out here. So I might just, like, stay out here in this zone, and then next week we'll do the Guardian sites for anyone who needs it. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I don't really see one new. Alright guys, well, hope everyone has a good afternoon, evening, and morning, and I'll see you guys in the